powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty information.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. News Talk WTN.com and 96.5 FM.
This is not headline news. The Oscars are this weekend, and they've added to their already impressive list of presenters. They've recruited a veritable who's who of everyone who isn't Will Smith. Kim Kardashian was spotted filming a sketch with James Corden. 2 giant asses in one skit. That should be great. Cops in Texas busted a scented candle theft ring. This is why we joined the force, said none of the arresting officers. And half of California is no longer in drought. The state is now almost as wet as its governor's hair. This is not headline news.
We had a great show for you today. A big show. A king-size show.
Not so loud. It is way too early for this, guys.
Too early? Too early for what?
It's too early for your enthusiasm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sometimes I just feel a little over-enthusiastic.
Are you ready to begin? We are.
Drop the plane.
Okay, everybody. Showtime.
It got so quiet in here. How did I... I think we're fine. I think we got all the audio on there.
Yeah, we're chilling. Everyone's good.
Today is Popcorn Lovers Day.
I love popcorn. And we love popcorn.
It's compact, easy to eat, and delicious.
Whatever you heard that sounded like popcorn popping.
Wolverine Bacca's in the house. Popcorn.
Yay,
yay!
Child size is small. What's medium? Adult.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Good Thursday morning. Is March 9, 2023. We're sitting at 47 degrees at 8:14. Good Thursday morning. My name's Dan Rees along with Gina Langley. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Hey, Danny.
You look lovely today.
Thank you.
You and John had dinner at Bourbon and Barley's, huh?
We did. We went out for just a nice Wednesday night out.
Was it nice?
It was very nice. You know, John, he's a lot of fun.
He has a lot of fun. The man with the impeccable beard. Yes. As we broadcast from the Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson, Tennessee. Gene Langley Ford.
Woohoo.
Family owned and operated. John and Gene Richard, Sarah Beth, they're all right there at Gene Langley Ford, 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt. The dealership and service truly built. Now, straddling Eastern Drive on one side of the street is the new car division. The other side, the pre-owned division of Gene Langley Ford. Shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. Join us in the program. The phone number to get in is 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496 to join us on the program. The phone lines presented by CWA. CWA Development, commercial and residential maintenance, restoration and renovation, fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutter, roof, and window cleaning, wood repairs, including fence. I know the privacy fence took some damage last Friday.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah, I know.
Hurricane Katrina blew through here.
Trees down everywhere.
Yes, and decks down, fences down. They take care of all that. Locally owned and operated with 80 years of experience. CWA Development. Open Monday through Saturday. You can call them between 8 and 9 p.m. And on Sundays for emergencies, it's 731-503-9598. CWA Development. You can text the program. Shoot us a text over here. We'll read it right over the air.
Maybe.
It's 731-800. Text 731-800-8398.
As long as it's not mean.
Advanced Rehab and Medical. Dr. Shannon Bone ranked in the top 10 for chiropractors on planet Earth. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. End your chronic pain. Call Dr. Shannon Bone today at 731-664-6998. 8:17, and it's 47 degrees. We got some rain.
It's cold.
Right. It is cold.
It's cold and yucky.
Feels like winter again, doesn't it?
See, that's why I keep asking, is it really spring? And I get all these smart butt question or answers from the staff around here going, yeah, it's spring on the calendar, Gina. Well, it's not spring this morning, Danny.
What's spring hasn't sprung yet either.
It's freezing outside.
No, if spring on the calendar, that comes in later on in March.
I thought it came in April.
Well, it's not now, that's for sure.
It's cold outside.
April. The Easter Bunny comes in April.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We need to figure out where we're going to go have brunch.
Well, we're not going to be able to take the unit with us if we go to Arkansas.
Because he likes to go to drag show brunches?
I didn't say that. I just said to be safe. I don't think he likes to go, but they tend to break out around him during brunch. And the weather is... now, you just drove in.
From Humboldt.
How's the traffic out there?
It's terrible. And to say there's actually traffic in Jackson, Tennessee seems ridiculous. But I sat there forever.
You're talking to somebody from Atwood, though. This is New York City.
Yeah. Well, I sat there for a while. What usually takes 15, 20 minutes took almost 30.
So have you noticed the change in the traffic flow?
Yes, I have. And there's just more people out in the morning. I've spent the past 17 years getting on the interstate and traveling for work and really not being local every day like I have been for the past month. And there's a dramatic difference in traffic. Just how many people are on the road. And when it rains, just add another 15 minutes to the commute.
But but according to the THP now, back off that accelerator. That's not KY jelly on the streets. You're not just going to slip off the road, but still you need to back off that accelerator.
Going to slip right into the person in front of you.
Yeah, and hydroplaning is not
It's
pleasant.
Scary. It's very scary.
So it's 47 degrees right now. Here's the forecast for the rest of the day. Showers this morning, highs as we move into the afternoon in the upper 50s. Southeast winds 5 to 10, becoming southward, gust up to 20 by this afternoon. Chance of rain, 100%. That's pretty darn good. Tonight, cloudy, showers, and a slight chance of thunderstorms. This evening, then a chance of showers after midnight, lows in the mid-40s. Southwest winds 5 to 10, then becoming northwest at 10 to 15 later on tonight, gusting up to 25 miles per hour after midnight. Chance of rain tonight is 60%. Then tomorrow, this system will clear out of here. We'll reach 54 degrees. Some sun and some clouds tomorrow, down to 37 tomorrow night. Saturday, 54 and 48, and a 40% chance of rain. Sunday, 57 degrees the high, 37 the overnight low, and a 70% chance of rain. Monday, the high, 49 degrees, and it's going to be mostly sunny on Monday with 49 degrees the high, and then 31 overnight. Tuesday, 51 degrees and sunny. And looking ahead next week, we do recover by midweek next week and get back in the 60s. We may reach 70 degrees by next Thursday, but another chance of rain next Thursday as we hit 70 degrees. Next weekend looks pretty good. This weekend going to be a lot of rain. As they say, March showers bring April flowers, and it's a windy month.
You got big weekend plans, Danny?
Oh, well, Unit and I headed to Murfreesboro.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
How's that going to... Are you excited?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's the end of it Saturday, right? The tournament?
Yes. Yeah, the Lady Hawk Southside plays today at 6. We plan on hitting the air about 5:30. And Southside will take on Elizabethan.
Elizabethan?
Elizabethton. Yes, out of East Tennessee. And it's going to be another great game. Southside got the really tough side of the bracket, but they dumped last year's state champion Upton.
Yeah.
As you know, in the first round. So it's Elizabethton today. South Gibson plays the game
Medina
before South Gibson High School. And they
go Hornets.
Yeah, you want to call them Medina, don't you?
I have that inclination. Yes.
Yeah, the unit does as well. I said, dude, it's South Gibson High School.
Yeah, it's
they
Medina.
can call themselves because they don't call in here saying the unit. What is that? So if they turn the tables on them, I think South Gibson will win that battle. But
my grandchildren go there. All of them.
Oh yeah, a lot of former Humboldt high school. Humboldt grads, their kids do go to South Gibson, yeah.
Yeah, my grandchildren all live within about a 12-minute radius of Gigi. It's wonderful.
It's pretty nice,
It's
isn't
a
it?
blessing.
Look what y'all done. It's a lot of people, Gina.
It's a lot
of people. So, yeah, it's today the state tournament right here on News Talk 96.5 FM with the Jackson Southside Lady Hawks versus Elizabethton. Southside 32-0. Trying to make history. So go Lady Hawks. That's this afternoon. It's, this evening at 6. Again, we plan to hit in the air around 5:30 today. It's 8:23. When we come back, we got local news headlines. And Gina, anything jumping out at you this morning? Because there's a lot of breaking. We got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about. We'll break it down country style when we return. Local sports coming up later on in the program as well as we check the headlines. Headline news, and whatever's on your mind is what we talk about as we check the pulse of West Tennessee here on the program, reaching into 15 counties across West Tennessee here on News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com. Be sure to download our free mobile apps. You can do so. They fit Apple, they fit Android. Just log on to newstalk965.com. You'll see right next to the TV screen there on the front page. Download our free apps by clicking here. That's how easy it is. And TuneIn Radio app. We're over 5,000 subscribers for our TuneIn Radio app. Don't forget, we've got the debate, the mayoral debate coming up on March the 23rd. You can watch it at News Talk, plus tax, newstalk965.com. You can also watch it on our free mobile apps for Apple and Android. You can listen right here on News Talk 96.5 FM as well. All 6 candidates, including the incumbent, Mayor Scott Conger, the mayoral debates, March 23rd at 6:30, right here on News Talk 96.5 FM. Is going to be held at Jackson Northside High School Auditorium, and it is a beautiful, beautiful building. March 23rd, we want you to be there. It's free admission, March 23rd at 6:30. Join us live. I'll be there along with Chuck Walker, Gabe Hart. I think Dr. Mark Fowler is going to be there as well.
Really?
Yes. And more importantly, there's 6 mayoral candidates, including Mayor Scott Conger, March 23rd.
This is major.
At Jackson Northside High School Auditorium. Pardon?
This is major.
Oh, it is? It's big time.
This is going to be such a great event.
It's 8:26. It's Rod Woodson past the hour, and it's 47 degrees. We'll be right back.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
Hi, Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites.
Hampton Inn and Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Local news headlines presented by our friends over at Jackson State Community College, jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab and Medical, Beauty to the Bone and Med Spa, 45 Urgent Care, Southeastern Termite Pest Control and Service Company, along with Corbin Cardiology, Cambridge Men's Store, and Mulligan's Restaurant. Middle school baseball coming to Jackson. 70 students tried out for baseball at Northeast Middle School. Jackson Madison County School System has launched middle school baseball. Gina, how about that?
That's exciting. It's so cute when they're little and they're out there playing and kind of, well, I guess middle school.
Middle school, that's going to be pretty competitive. Middle school baseball, an 8-game middle school baseball season will begin Tuesday, March the 21st and culminate with a double elimination tournament in May. Now, we're going to be there for that tournament in May. Middle school baseball. West Bemis, JCM Middle, North Parkway, Northeast, Rose Hill are all fielding baseball teams. CMS and JCT will co-op with Rose Hill Another hashtag a winning moment for Jackson Madison County School System. That's pretty awesome. Middle school baseball. And that tournament in May, we're going to be there with all those teams on a double elimination tournament. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Do you enjoy baseball?
Oh, I love baseball.
You do? Okay.
I don't enjoy it. You love it, Melissa?
Melissa does too. Okay. Don't you find it a little, I don't know, yawny?
Oh.
You know, a little dull?
Baseball?
Yeah.
It's America's pastime.
Well, it doesn't mean it's
nothing says America like 9 Hispanics play. You know,
From
you may
Puerto
be
Rico.
Right. Yeah. No, I love baseball. It's something special about baseball. The difference between baseball and football is staggering. But Carlin used to do a routine about in baseball.
Right.
You can watch the game. Even Cubs and Cardinal fans can watch the game together. It's almost like a picnic atmosphere for baseball. And if it's football, you're fully capable of taking the life of a fellow human being at least 8 times during the game.
Yes, definitely. It's just a little yawny. If I'm at the state baseball.
You don't know the game.
Oh, I know the game, and I'm actually a Cubs fan because I grew up in Chicago.
Then you definitely don't know the game.
Exactly. That's what my friend's husband, he is a White Sox fan. They live in Chicago. And you want to talk about...
I didn't know there were any White Sox fans.
So. And it is a vicious crosstown rivalry. But I've been to the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. I've enjoyed a hot dog there, but I still find it a little yawny.
A little yawny?
Yeah, it's a little dull.
Are you sure that's not you? Not.
Oh, I'm positive it's not me.
Because I mean, it's a game within a game. It's watching a pitcher try to outguess the hitter, vice versa.
Yeah.
If you know the game.
I know the game. It's just a little yawny.
You can't know the game and then think it's a little yawny.
I do. It's a little yawny. Now, football.
You don't know the game.
I love football. It's very exciting. Basketball's exciting.
Yeah.
Hockey's exciting.
Hockey?
I like hockey.
A high score in a hockey game is 2-1. Now, that's yawny. But I mean, if you sit there trying to watch that, man, you try movement. But it's just chaos.
Yeah, I like that in my sports.
Chaos on skates.
I want, yeah. And preferably a little violence.
Well, that certainly describes hockey.
That's hockey.
Did you are you a Predators fan?
No, but it's on my bucket list. I would sure like to go and see the Predators in Nashville.
Are you a fan of the Blackhawks?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I went to that's the only professional hockey game I've ever been to.
Have you ever been to a amateur hockey game?
No.
I was going to say, well, you said it's only professional. I'm just the only ones I know of. It's now up north they play hockey in high school, right?
Oh yeah, they're all kinds of different.
And in college they have the Frozen Four,
right?
The NCAA tournaments. Yeah. It's a little difficult in the South
because it's just hot here. Yeah,
it is hot here, which I prefer. Yeah, and you lived in Chicago until
1986.
Do you miss those winters?
No.
Chicago's a great town, though.
Chicago is a wonderful town. I managed to get back at least once a year and love to go to Chicago, stay downtown, and go Christmas shopping, maybe about 10, 15 days out from Christmas, because the city's all decorated.
Now, that's yawny.
Beautiful. That is not yawny.
Christmas. This is why men and women don't get along.
Thank you. Just one of the many reasons.
Baseball is yawny, but Christmas shopping
is wonderful. In downtown Chicago?
Christmas shopping in downtown anywhere. It's not the location. It's the activity. It's absolutely scramble. A man's brain will rob you of your soul.
Oh,
Christmas shopping.
Then you don't know the game. Okay, you don't know the game.
Oh, I admit it.
Yeah,
that's there. I have no interest in what it's.
Go see a show.
But that's
downtown.
entertaining.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Shopping.
Go see a show.
Well, now that's different. Shopping
Take the
is,
children ice skating in Millennial Park.
but then none of that shopping though.
Well, then shopping too. On the Magnificent Mile, you don't think that's exciting?
Shopping, no, no. It's
Yeah, but baseball is.
Yes, yeah. You have three. You think shopping's more exciting than baseball?
It's a sport. Most definitely. It's like a big treasure hunt, especially Christmas because you want to get that perfect gift.
Yeah, see, I just can't. So the men and women are supposed to be biologically compatible.
Compatible, but completely different.
Well, compatible, that's the opposite of compatible, though, isn't it?
No. I don't
Completely
know.
different?
Compatible means just to get along.
And completely different means the opposite, doesn't it?
Not necessarily.
It does. Okay, you have to iron that out for me because
two people who are completely different can still get along.
it really would help if they were not completely different, though, wouldn't you think?
Well, I think that's a moot point. You can be different
No,
and not get
that's
along.
it's.
I mean,
really,
here you and I are
you
talking
can.
right now. and
Yeah,
we're-
yeah, but we're not married or dating. But I just the biological. Now Melissa is listening. That you can weigh in on this if you'd like. But I wonder if it's because we're supposed to be biologically suited to mate for life,
right? Or at least,
but the divorce rate is just like astronomical these days.
It's over 50%.
Especially in the South.
Oh yeah.
In the
well,
Bible
you know,
Belt.
maybe that says a lot about Southern men.
Or it could say a lot about Southern women.
I don't think so.
But you don't like baseball,
No,
so you've
I
got a
mean,
lot of ground to cover.
Well,
here.
I can go and enjoy myself, and but to actually seek that out, no, I would not.
Over 3 million fans a year,
Wow.
in national TV contracts. They don't do that for shopping.
Sure, they do.
They do.
Sure, they do. Christmas is like our Super Bowl.
No, I don't have a national TV contract. When you get a national TV contract, call me back.
All right, fine.
It's. I love baseball. Absolutely
For
love
the
it.
life of me, I do not understand that.
You don't have to,
Well,
but
I'm
it is
just stating the obvious.
fan-stinking-tastic.
Greg's lost his glasses.
Greg, I haven't seen any glasses. In fact, hey, there's mine. That's pretty amazing. I've had my glasses. Now you can borrow Gina's.
You like my glasses?
Gina's
Are they
Harry
Oh.
cool?
Carey glasses. Do you like shopping, Greg? Do you like shopping? Shopping.
Like Christmas shopping?
No.
So, do you like baseball though? You probably like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, see?
That's
right
what I'm
there.
saying. We're just
The difference in men and women summed up right there.
Yeah, but that's a great like if I was in the Chamber of Commerce and you got to pitch one or the other. Hey, would you like to be a guy and go to baseball games? Would you like to be a woman and go shopping?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
it.
See, it's what is that with women and they just because you're not the only one I've noticed. Sheila,
I
that
know.
loves to shop. What is that? Shiny things, right?
Yeah,
Women,
spending John's money. That's always fun.
I've said this before, that you can do anything to a woman within reason other than bore her.
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
What is that?
Make
What
me
about that
laugh
said?
too. If you make me laugh, I'm buying it.
I read that. And how women have through the years, like way back when, Gino, women wanted the hairy-chested slugger to save them from the woolly mammoth, right?
Oh, yeah,
Back in the-
yeah.
But
Protect
now
me.
it's it's really the president of the chess club type that can get those nude photos out of the cloud.
Oh yeah, that's, yeah.
Because there's no more woolly mammoths. Although I've met a few at the Bartolini. And
You know what though? I like more of a masculine man, not necessarily more of a groomed. I mean, he has to be groomed. I still like the 1970s Burt Reynolds kind of look. You know,
a little bit of hippie mixed in.
yeah, a little hippie
See, I
mixed
like that
in,
too. Hippie,
little
but
businessman sprinkled over the
Right.
top. Yeah,
Yeah, it's. I've been looking for the daughter of the devil himself. I've been searching for an angel in white. I've been looking for a woman who's a little of both.
There you go.
I can feel her, but she's nowhere in sight. that song kind of says it all, doesn't
It really does. You just pulled that right out of your file cards this morning. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
So, we're being observed.
Why are
with
people
heavy
looking
lenses.
at us? I know, in the studio. People are staring
Does Gina
at
have
us.
some lettuce in her teeth? Just tell us.
Do I?
Just
I hope not. Don't let me walk
no.
around like that. I would not do you that way. I
No.
would tell you.
That's also
Here
there's
comes Melissa.
What is it, Melissa?
Greg lost his glasses.
Okay, well, let's just stop everything.
Let's stop,
Greg lost his glasses.
He didn't look happy.
Now, see, I've known Greg. We were in our 20s when we met. Times have changed because he's like slammed the brakes on because he can't find his reading glasses. Hey, he can use my glasses here, Melissa. So we all have reading glasses now. That's
All of
crazy,
us.
isn't it?
All of us do.
Jeez.
I bet that, what is his name? G Money? No, what's that kid's name that's hanging out with
that's-
G Noonan?
You got to get it right.
Sorry.
Z Money.
Z Money. He's in his 20s. He probably doesn't have readers.
But,
He's the only one.
He does, but he's hanging out with a unit. He's going to age very quickly. Premature age. He'll be wearing reading glasses in his late 20s.
That's
Just
funny.
because he's hanging out with a unit.
With a unit.
So some of the things that happened overnight, and by the way, these texts that have come in, we're going to get to those. Advanced Rehab and Medical. Text line 731-800. Text to 731-800. 8398. Dear Dan, when are y'all moving the tower? It's underway right now. Right, Melissa? The wheels are in motion on the tower move, folks. So it's there's a company that's handling all that. We were going to handle it ourselves, but then Greg couldn't find his glasses. And we said, you know what? Let's go turnkey operation.
Somebody knows what they're doing.
Look.
Did he find? Oh, now he's giving us a finger.
We're number one. No, that was I was listening to Daybreak this morning with Greg and G Unit, not Z Money.
Where was Z Money?
They did a story about a judge in Canada. Apparently there was a neighbor from hell, maybe two, and they lived in the same neighborhood. And one of them had like a chainsaw or something, standing trying to intimidate the other neighbor. And
Like he was going to go after him with a chainsaw?
Well, I don't think he was saying, "Hey, guy, if you don't stop it, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to trim my tree." I think it was threatening.
Oh, wow.
And so the response from neighbor, let's say Moron number one neighbor, was he flipped him the bird.
Okay.
And Moron number two chunked Moron number one to court. And the judge said flipping someone the bird is a God-given right.
Amen. I agree wholeheartedly.
I don't know how I guess that slipped God's mind when he's putting together the 10 Commandments. But still, and by the way, all these God-given rights I'm hearing about, why are you worried about them? If they're God-given, are you going to tell me that man can actually take a God-given right away? Think about that for just a moment.
Think about that.
And you get back with us. Now, the judge told Moron number two to get out of his court. It's a God-given right to flip someone the bird. And then Greg went right into how female. Here we go again, the difference between male and females. And females, when they flip the bird, they try to do a designer bird.
A designer bird?
Yeah, well, they've got, they keep, Greg, well, the way that Greg explained, when he flips a bird, he goes the middle finger straight north.
Okay.
And the other ones, all you see is knuckle. All the other ones are flats, middle finger straight north.
Okay.
And that females will try to do the designer bird where they just they bend their fingers at the knuckle, but not flat like you just did. You're on camera, Melissa. It's $5 fine. So, yeah, and that's another subtle difference between men and women.
There are many. My husband has the theory. If men and women didn't have sex, we would never run into each other.
Bud Young has that same theory. He put it a different way. I think he said, I can't say what he said, but he said if that wasn't the case, every one of them would have a bounty on the head. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, it's true. I don't know about the bounty, but men and women are so incredibly different.
What if it was like this, though? What if men had the power? Wait, because you always hear, guys around the locker room say, these stinking women, they got all the blank and half the money.
Right.
What if it was what the women said, these guys, they got all the blank and half the money? What if the tables were reversed?
So men would be staying home taking care of the children and making sure that the house is together, and the women would be out working and taking care of the family financially. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
What if it would? A lot of people live like that now,
I don't know any that live like that.
I don't either personally, but apparently out in California, there's people who live like that.
Maybe on the coast, this is flyover territory, as they call it.
Completely.
So the politicians that represent us are steadily telling us we don't matter. We're flyover territory.
We're flyover. So you're going to east to west coast. You're flying over the whole middle of the country, and we don't mean anything.
That's what our leaders tell us.
Well,
that other people think about us.
So,
but I hear other people, they say, what are y'all talking about? Flyover territory?
Yeah, I know what that is. I've been looking at...
What is that? It's propaganda? I don't know.
I've been keeping up with some politics lately, and I shouldn't be because I can't talk about that at home. I live in a divided house.
Yeah, well, a lot of people do. People have divorced because, say, their daughter
the Trump
was marrying a Democrat. No, I think it's on. If politics divides your marriage, maybe the problem was already there. But I don't know. Propaganda works. It really does.
It does. After you've been
rewires
married,
the brain.
Yeah. After you've been married for a long time, too, if you haven't changed and grown a little bit over, 24 years, something would be wrong.
Right.
It's sad, though, when you were like-minded politically all these years, and then suddenly someone does like a complete 180. Changes their mind politically.
That's happened quite a bit. Have you seen the documentary, The Brainwashing of My Dad?
No, but you and I had talked about that because we talked about that book I read, The Cult of Trump.
The Brainwashing of My Dad was, I forget who was the author, but she wrote it about her dad was this documentary featuring propaganda in the United States and how her dad was this nice, just low-key. He was always the adult in the room.
Right.
And she said that she'd went off to college and then she had a career, she moved cross country, and her mom kept telling her, Dad has lost his mind. So when he retired, he was listening to Rush Limbaugh every day and watching Fox News. That's all he did. No more baseball, no football. That was his sport. That's what he watched all day and listened to. And she said it was so bad that he picked her up at the airport, the daughter, when she flew in for the holidays. And she gets in and couldn't wait to see him. And they're on the drive home. And he says, well, this abortion, blah, 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 starts in on one of the political hot button topics. And she said, well, Dad, and she disagreed with him. She said, mildly. And he said, if you don't shut your mouth, I'm going to put you out of this car right here. I'm so disappointed. Blah, blah, blah.
Gosh.
And so when his radio went out, they somehow were able to preset the radio when they replaced it, and he couldn't pick up Rush Limbaugh. And then his TV went out, and the entire family had this plan, and they preset it where he couldn't watch Fox News.
Yeah.
And he morphed back into the nice guy that he was. Yeah, that's mine.
Can I have his wallet? Okay.
Yeah, and so he morphed back into the nice guy that he was.
Yeah.
And I used to wonder how in the world that
the German people believed all that propaganda from the Nazis, from Adolf Hitler. Couldn't figure it out. I love history, but I've watched it play out here at home over the last 2 decades.
It's really scary to see people that you've known for a long time change so dramatically over politics.
But they think you have changed.
See, I haven't, though. I've always been kind of moderate, maybe leaning a little left, but, you know, I voted for Republicans. I voted for Democrats.
Democrats?
I voted for...
That's where they lose you right there.
I voted for libertarians.
Why don't you move to Venezuela? Yeah, you have to be in lockstep 100% of the time, or you're out.
Well, and we've talked about this week too. It's advantageous for the politicians to divide us as a country into Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, liberals, whatever label you want to give them. Because then we stop talking to each other. There's never going to be a compromise because people are just yelling at each other and calling each other names.
That they are.
Nothing is going to get accomplished except
civility is overrated, they say.
I miss it.
Take your country back. Take it back. That's it. And then this started back really in earnest. It's the wind beneath its wings when Obama was president. And remember, I want my country back. I want my country back. Or, and I asked, I remember asking a question on the air, what decade would it be? When do you think our morals were at their best? And it was overwhelmingly 1950s. And I pointed out that, you mean when a black man could not use the same bathroom, could stay at the same hotel. There were sundown towns. And that was greeted with, why do you have to cherry pick and point out things like that? and so I was like, wow, that was a big change.
Yes.
From being back when Obama, and we cheered when the U.S. did not get as remember, Chicago went after the Summer Olympic Games, and
right,
they didn't get them, and we cheered, and then the president won the Nobel Peace Prize, and we booed. I was like, okay, something strange is happening here. We'll continue in a moment. Right now, stand by for news. It is 8:59. It is 44 degrees. We get the latest weather, news, sports, and weather. Stay right there.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Emotional testimony about the chaotic U.S. pullout from Afghanistan from someone who was there.
Withdrawal was a catastrophe, in my opinion, and there was an inexcusable lack of accountability and negligence.
Marine Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews testifying at a House hearing the other day, along with Lieutenant Colonel David Scott Mann.
We don't set politics aside and pursue accountability and lessons learned to address this grievous moral injury on our military community and right the wrongs that have been inflicted on our most at-risk Afghan allies. This colossal foreign policy failure will follow us home and ultimately draw us right back into the graveyard of empires where it all started.
Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall describing the disorderly withdrawal as a stunning failure of leadership by the Biden administration. Among other things, Norfolk Southern's chief will bring an apology to a Capitol Hill hearing.
CEO Alan Shaw says in prepared remarks to the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works that he's deeply sorry for the impact the train derailment has had on the community of East Palestine, Ohio. No one was injured in the crash, but state and local officials decided to release and burn toxic vinyl chloride from 5 tanker cars, prompting the evacuation of about half the roughly 5,000 residents. Now people in the community say they're suffering from illnesses. In Shaw's apology, he promises to commit $20 million to help the community recover. Donna Warder, Washington.
A fall has landed Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the hospital. His office says the 81-year-old Kentucky Republican tripped and fell at a D.C. hotel last evening. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures 34 points higher. NASDAQ futures are down 74 points. S&P futures off 14. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Everyone is talking about Jesus Revolution. Witness the untold origin story.
Our country is a dark and divided place, but now there's hope, and it's spreading.
Of the last spiritual awakening in American history.
This is your home, and I want you to tell all your friends about it.
Jesus Revolution, starring Jonathan Rumi and Kelsey Grammer. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. Jesus Revolution. Only in theaters now.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Protesters in Israel have blocked roads trying to stop the prime minister from leaving the country amid nationwide demonstrations against controversial judicial reform.
This is about the new nationalist Israeli government led by Benjamin Netanyahu pushing through a series of judicial reforms that would, its critics say, strip Israel's Supreme Court of its independence and would stack the judiciary in favor of the government. It has led to increasing protests over the weeks. And the way this has spread is also unprecedented into Israel's military, into its security forces. We've seen this week reservists in Israel saying that they would refuse to serve training because of this issue.
That's a BBC's Tom Bateman in Jerusalem. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits last week jumped by the most in 5 months, according to the Labor Department. Townhall.com. After a significant data breach, personal information about members of Congress has reportedly been offered for sale on the dark web.
House and Senate officials are warning lawmakers, their staff, and their families that hackers may have gained access to sensitive data from a Washington, D.C. health insurance marketplace. D.C. HealthLink confirmed the breach and said it was working with law enforcement and offering identity theft and credit monitoring services. A Senate email recommended that anyone registered on the exchange freeze their credit to prevent identity theft. A broker on an online crime forum claimed to have stolen records from 170,000 customers and was offering them for sale. Jennifer King, Washington.
Americans who came of age during the COVID-19 pandemic are skipping college in large numbers. Colleges nationwide saw undergraduate enrollments drop by 8% from 2019 to 2022. The decline said to be continuing. More on these stories at townhall.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical run-of-the-mill jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom handmade jewelry to suit your taste or melt down your old stuff and create something completely new. Grover has over 35 years as a certified jeweler with while you wait services that include free jewelry cleaning, fine jewelry, friendly staff, custom designs, quality repairs, and of course, Grover. KingJewelersJackson.com, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioTE at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioTE. BioTE uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioTE, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioTE program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462 8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services: stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808. Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, newstalkwtn.com. The Memphis Grizzlies play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk, West Tennessee, newstalkwtn.com.
You were called a nut job. You got censored on Twitter. You were blacklisted on Twitter.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci intentionally lied under oath when he vehemently denied NIH's funding of gain-of-function research?
I think there's no doubt that NIH was funding gain-of-function research.
Oh, we cherry-picked. Really? What they're describing, ironically, is exactly what the January 6th committee and the prosecutors in these cases did for 2 years.
Now, from the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike Gallagher.
Half of California is no longer in drought. The state is now almost as wet as its governor's hair. This is not headline news. The Oscars are this weekend, and they've added to their already impressive list of presenters. They've recruited a veritable who's who of everyone who isn't Will Smith. Kim Kardashian was spotted filming a sketch with James Corden. 2 giant asses in one skit. That should be great. Cops in Texas busted a scented candle theft ring. This is why we joined the force, said none of the arresting officers. And half of California is no longer in drought. The state is now almost as wet as its governor's hair. This is not headline news. You love the Hard Rock Cafe, and you love Panera Bread. Well, now they've merged. Welcome to Pantera Bread.
Can I get you started with drumsticks, breadsticks?
Breaded what?
Do you want breadsticks?
So the next time you're ready for hot soup, hearty sandwiches, and heavy metal, remember Pantera Bread.
What do you want to drink?
Pantera Bread!
Thursday morning. Dan Reeves, Gina Langley along with you here on News Talk 96.5 FM. It's 44 degrees. We expect to rise to 57 this afternoon and a 100% chance of rain as we broadcast from the comfort of the Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson, Tennessee. Gene Langley Ford is located at 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt, the dealership that service truly built. Shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. Built the vehicle from the ground up. Secure financing, even set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. Even on a day like this, you buy a vehicle from Gene Langley Ford, John will drive it right over to you. But wait, there's more. With any new car, truck, or SUV purchase at Gene Langley Ford, you get a lifetime warranty. There's some headline news. Mitch McConnell spoke out against Fox News yesterday, saying that it was very irresponsible to paint the January 6th riots the way that Fox News was doing. He essentially said, you're misleading the American people. And then last night, Mitch McConnell took a spiel. He fell down some stairs.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
I don't know if that was things that make you go, But we'll see how Mitch reacts to that. But Mitch McConnell, I mean, he said, I firmly stand on the side of the Capitol Police, not Tucker Carlson. He said that on national TV.
Well,
that was a moment. I wondered when someone was going to finally say, you know what? None of this is going to matter. This power, this money's not going to matter if the country goes away. To me, that's what he was saying yesterday. Okay, guys, this is all great, but what's it going to matter if we don't have a country? If we implode or kind of explode, much like a meth lab. But boy, that was a moment yesterday.
Maybe he sees what's actually going on within his party and can reel some of those folks in, like that Marjorie Taylor Greene?
That's, Congresswoman from Georgia.
She's lobbying hard for secession from the Union, with different states, separating the country into blue and red states, because that's going to be great for the country.
Well, I'd say it's then that story the other day about doing some research, but really a story, but how the South is, many states are being carried by those northern states, and the states that we keep, I hear politicians attack all the time, that we're kind of welfare states.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that would be a great idea. Plus, war is always, the theater of war looks glorious and glamorous unless you're actually in it.
I don't think it looks glorious and glamorous. I think it's horrifying. And for people just to lackadaisically, is that a word? Lackadaisically?
We can try it.
I'm going to try it. Start talking about civil war in the country. It's definitely not good for business.
Well, that's, there's a lot, this new generation of politician is, they're like clones. So we'll see, as they say, we'll see how this plays out. And there's a story about AI is about to steal our jobs. Now, this story is, we've talked about this several times about how is capitalism going to work if we lose a lot of jobs to robots. Now, I understand.
Haven't we already, though?
Well, yeah.
Everything's automated.
But we're at the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And AI, have you listened to Elon Musk talk about it and how this can be weaponized? And he has warned our leaders repeatedly, and no one is listening.
Well, it's playing out like the movie The Terminator.
I know, it's horrifying.
Judgment Day, folks. You've heard of Chat GPT, right?
I've actually used it, yeah.
That's the AI that could steal a lot of writers' jobs. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a new one threatening to steal our jobs. It's called Radio GPT, and it uses the same tech. Now, basically, it's robot voices playing songs, cracking jokes, and telling you the news.
Oh my gosh, that's our job, Dan.
That's what I'm saying. Now,
that's hitting home.
The full story here is that if I work on my robot impression a little bit, and you do, Gina, maybe it will be okay. But you've heard of ChatGPT. That's the AI that could steal a lot of writers' jobs away. Now there's a new one threatening to steal radio jobs. It's called Radio GPT and uses the same tech that ChatGPT uses. That's a software. Companies out of Ohio just released this software, this AI, and the good news for us, it's pretty lame, at least the current version. Now it'll get better. So I don't know what jobs will be safe, but the AI voices almost sound human, they say. I've listened to some of those, and they don't almost sound human. Let's see if we can play some of this. Okay, it's music radio. Let's see if they get a DJ here. Oh, no, this is live.
So this is Radio GPT?
This is Radio GPT, yes. Yes, so it's, I don't see where there's any, where to click on to get an example of a DJ.
Did you say DJ? I thought they were on air. I thought we were on air
No, we are. This is, but again, this is music radio.
Okay.
And it's not, but if you look, I did a show on how this is going to play out with how many jobs, what jobs are safe moving into the future with AI. But the way that, and maybe this is the only thing that's logical to see how they've, we've lost so many jobs through the years. And then you add in AI, the rise of the machines, and to see how these things are playing out with these corporations. The only outcome that's possible is for the United States to lose its middle class. So we'd be much like Mexico, the haves and then the have-nots. There are people who believe that if you don't regulate capitalism, then you will not have a middle class whatsoever. And regulations...
You won't have any air or clean water either. Regulations
also prevent capitalism from killing itself, from eating itself from the inside out with greed, human greed. And we're seeing that play out here in the U.S. today. Right now in America, income inequality it's never been worse.
Right.
We make the Gilded Age look like romper room. And that's when Americans push back, and that's when the New Deal was hatched by FDR, and that's coming out of World War II. Then everything changed, and the United States, that white picket fence, dad worked, mom stayed home with the 2 kids, and they made plenty of money.
Right.
But then the Brain Trust met Jekyll Island, South Carolina. They said, guys, we're only collecting half of the income tax we could be collecting. They said, what do you mean? So we got to get the females in the workforce, for crying out loud.
So that was intentional.
And if we do that, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We collect more income tax, plus the state gets to raise the kids because mom's going to be at work.
Exactly.
That's the story out of Jekyll Island, South Carolina, when they circled the wagons and hatched that plan.
Who did that?
It's the Brain Trust, people that run the country. The Rockefellers and that type.
The people who own the Federal Reserve, which up until literally 2 years ago, I thought was a government entity and that it wasn't privately owned. That was an aha moment.
Yeah, it's a private bank. President Andrew Johnson chucked the central bank out back, put a bullet in it. On his deathbed, he said that was the thing that he was most proud of as president. They brought it back, obviously. If they said, we can't bring it back, boys, as a central bank, we got to come up with a marketing campaign here. We got a different label. We can call it the Federal Reserve, and these people will think it's a part of the government. And that's what they did.
I did.
You did? You and a lot of more people thought that, yes. Now, what did you say? You got something over there?
These are the top 10 jobs that are not going to be, theoretically, affected by AI. You ready?
That are not going to be affected.
Not going to be. So if you're looking for a career, and you're afraid that AI could take your job, you might want to consider the following.
Let me guess. Would landscaper be in there, or those migrant workers that work the fields in California? Well,
yeah, they're probably in here.
They probably are.
Psychiatry, therapy, which thank heavens for therapists, medical care, AI-related research and engineering, fiction writing, that's interesting, teaching, criminal defense law, computer science and engineering, science in general, management. You can't replace
management.
You can't replace a manager with an AI. I've had some managers you could definitely replace with AI.
How do you manage a robot, Joe? You need some WD-40.
I guess that's it.
But so the manager, the management must have written those.
Yeah.
So
Job
that's
security.
the top 10 jobs that will survive AI, huh?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like the medical field. Yeah.
Well,
but they have robots now that do surgeries. The doctor's literally in a different area of the operating theater and using a keyboard to instruct a robot on how to do a procedure.
Yeah, if they could teach these robots how to write scripts for opiates in the South, then they'll replace doctors. But not until then.
Not until then.
From the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, you can text the program at 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398, advancedrehabjackson.com. Again, the text line number, text the program at 731-800-8398. This text comes in and says, Dear Dan, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama were two of the best Republican presidents that we have had in the last 30 years.
I don't get that.
Well, Obama continued many of the same policies that Bush did when it came to the war on terror. It was much like the third and fourth terms of George W. Bush.
Okay.
And the irony of that is the same people that loved Bush hated Obama. From the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, this one reads, to answer your inquiry about what are we going to do about jobs in the future due to AI, answer is universal basic income. I've heard that talk out there.
I have too. To me, it would be, I think, a life well lived, and this is just my personal opinion. You have to have a purpose, and just getting a check from the government, what are you going to do all day?
Well, I could think of a lot of things to do. I mean, what would you do if you knew? Because most people don't want to know if they have the ability. If they could find out, and it could be revealed to them when they would die. Most people don't want to know. Would you want to know?
No.
See, I would.
I would have a lot of anxiety.
I would want to know, though, because you could, illicit drugs can do a lot to beat down anxiety. And if you knew, if you knew you were going to die.
Well, we're all going to die. I mean, we're all going to die.
I wasn't arguing that. I said, if you knew the day.
Right.
Then, for example, if you knew you had a month to live, would you be working? Would you be stressing about making a car payment? Would you think about the electric bill? Or would you be traveling? Would you be able to beat somewhere and dealing with those? Yeah, it would make you nervous. You'd be kind of looking at the count. But
what time is it?
But you can take the edge off. So, I mean, I think it would beat trying to make a credit card payment or trying to keep the car payment up and working 7 days a week. If you knew, what would you do if you had a month to live?
So my point is, we all know we're dying. We should live like this.
But that's a different story.
No, we should live like that, right? Live like you're dying. Like every day is precious. But people don't. We just take it for granted.
No, that's true. But that's a little bit, it's a different conversation, because I agree with you on that. It's hard to live in a moment, and right now it's hard for people to actually think, because there's more shiny things coming at us today, as you know, Gina, than ever before on their phones, on their tablets, everywhere you look. I've got the number on how many, even just like advertisements, digital marketing that people see every single day. It's coming at you. You know what I mean?
I do.
It
And
scrambles the brain.
It does. As far as doing something every day, though, did you work during the pandemic? Were you here at the rate? Were you going to an office every day?
I did.
So my husband,
I was not the only one that did.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was working for a medical supply company, and we were completely locked out of the hospitals. And at first, that sounds great, right? You can just be home. You're still getting paid. So your bills are taken care of. But then it turns into you're home every day. It just starts turning into Groundhog Day. And I'm somebody who really needs to be around other people and interact.
You're social. You are.
Very social.
Great personality. Like to talk to me. Yeah, I get it.
And so what should have been maybe, learn how to speak Spanish or learn how to cook bread or something like bake bread, it turned into kind of a dark place. And I didn't enjoy it very much toward the end.
I tell you what, who really saw a boost to their business was porn sites. Seriously, during you want to read something? Read those stories about.
Have we had a baby
boom?
Pornhub,
they were not watching the porn sites for like the storyline on it. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, they were. It was kind of a solo thing. So, but yeah, they saw a tremendous increase, and that was I think that's where either OnlyFans got
where it started,
or it's where it really hit its stride. And there's a story that we're considering putting on the website. It was written by a young lady from MTSU, and she's related to somebody who works with us. She wrote the story about a friend of hers she's going to school with, college, that what they call a model, adult actress, I think they call it. And she has a OnlyFans page. And the highest paid of those adult actresses make like $130,000 a month.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Is that the place where you can take pictures of your feet and you get paid for it?
It's actually porn. I mean, it's people have. I think they have
like
different.
Fetish.
Yeah, people have. I guess you put on there whatever you want. It's and try to create a fan base that's a subscription based.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've heard. But the ones that are making the big money, believe it or not, sex sales.
Oh yeah.
And what's the irony of it for the U.S. now? I've had relationships with women from different continents and different countries, and by far we are but like third graders when it comes to subject matters like sex, like adult conversation. We just are not up to speed with the rest of the Western culture.
Do you think
when,
it's from
when it comes to adult conversation? Do I think it's why?
Our puritanical beginnings?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and it was, and I can't be the only one that was kind of taught that sex that's dirty, that's nasty.
Mm-hmm. I grew up in a Baptist church, very similar experience.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought, naughty, sign me up, naughty.
Just say no, Dan.
It's. I thought that would work. Just say no.
Just say no.
Because evidently people are not going to stop having sex.
Apparently not. No.
Or doing drugs. I've noticed that as well. So just saying no, thought that would do it. Didn't seem to have the impact they thought. But so we don't really sit down and talk about it like adults, and we pay for it in many ways.
Aren't we the country the largest consumer of pornography in the world?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. You're talking about
United States.
When you say us, you mean like me and Greg, or just no? No, you're right. And the largest consumers of pornography, opiates, and
we're fat.
guns, and we're fat. Yeah. Other than that, hey,
America's a wonderful place.
would you please stop attacking America? You can't point out these facts because we can't have an adult conversation. Our owners don't want us to. We have owners. They're oligarchs. They own us. Now, one more thing about that the sex industry in America. It's ground zero for the porn industry is in the United States. It's where they're made.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't. For example, Australia legalized prostitution in the 1990s. The conservatives were pushing back against it, saying the divorce rate will skyrocket. Are you kidding me? No one will be married. The divorce rate went down. They have there's virtually zero human trafficking in Australia. We lead the world these days, apparently, in human trafficking. We also are the ground zero. This, for the porn industry, the prostitution is illegal.
Yeah, when they film pornography, the woman has to say that she is there by her own free will or something to that effect. So as long as you say that and you're videoing it, basically prostitution is fine.
Yeah, so that wouldn't really be prostitution. Yeah.
You're having sex, you're getting paid for it.
Right.
Isn't that prostitution?
But both are getting paid. I guess you could say, but but one of the things that women look for in a mate is, I need to see your portfolio. So what is that? You know what I mean?
I don't understand your question at all.
That'd be the correct answer, Gina. What does she want, Johnny?
What do you mean?
No hablo. I don't.
I don't understand the problem.
You know what I mean? So it's. I think we have fun with words and twist and things to just fit our own agenda, don't we?
You think?
It just hit me. This is what they were talking about, but they said, "When do you find out how things really work?" We know we were kids. I wonder if they knew it was. They were like, wait till these kids grow up and find out how things really are.
Yeah, it's just shocking.
Now, see, growing up in a very strict, and you did too, a Christian household.
My father was a Baptist minister.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Religious.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it was, I couldn't even go to the movie theater. It was considered to be worldly.
We weren't that bad.
It was Pentecostal.
I could watch Three's Company on TV.
My aunt would speak in tongues.
You're kidding me.
And then the pastor would translate it. And when my aunt spoke in tongues, just out of the blue, and I knew this woman. I loved her too. She did well to cover the English language, and now I was a kid, and that's it. Don't get me wrong. I had a lot of great times growing up. It was in New Enterprise Pentecostal Holiness Church.
Holiness Church,
yes.
Too.
And it was Gina. It was between Milan and Trenton. I'm sure Mom's listening. She only listens.
Mom.
She only listens so she can attack me later. Why would you say that? No, she doesn't do that. I love my mom. Hey, Mom. And
you're lucky to have your mom.
Oh yeah. I like the way I look at it. She's lucky to have me.
Well, there you go.
No, she's
wonderful.
To
Dan Reeves.
She is wonderful. Have you met her? I cannot believe you.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So, where the Gibson County Airport's located?
I do.
It's really just behind it.
Okay. The church?
The church is, yeah.
So were they handling snakes and doing stuff like that?
Everyone asked me that. You grew up in a Pentecostal church? Yes. Did y'all handle snakes? I was like, no. But that was I guess we drew the line. Now, they did burn my record albums when I was 12 years old. I bought.
They burned your album?
Yes.
Kiss?
Let's see.
Was it Kiss?
No, yeah. The Kiss got caught up in it. I was a big Kiss fan, and everyone was.
I still am.
Yes. they've been on their farewell tour for now, I think, a decade.
At least. They're all in their 70s.
Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley evidently are very sharp businessmen.
They are.
But they used to tell me, no, that stands for, okay, if I had a birthday party, and we talk about real life here, folks, and I know a lot of you can relate to this. I had a birthday party I was like 10 years old, which would have been 1978, in Kiss's heyday. And John Ross, John may be listening, John's dad, Tommy, started Milan Express, the trucking company.
Okay.
And John was a big Kiss fan. We all were. Steve Farrell. The list goes on and on.
It's Kabuki Theater.
Yeah,
with a twist.
It was. And we didn't understand the music of the meaning, love, God, and all that stuff. But it was a show.
And a heck of a show.
Yes. If you think about, you're talking about trendsetters.
Oh, my goodness.
And breaking the norm.
Oh, yeah.
And whatever they tapped into with Gene Simmons is that his character was the demon, that fire-breathing demon.
Yeah.
And
blood spitting.
Spit up blood. Yeah. I was like, yeah, sign me up for that. And then I looked over there, and my grandmother was going, oh, my God. You're going straight to, son.
We're going to pray for you, buddy.
Yeah, and my grandparents were awesome now, but, they didn't understand it. So it was 1976. I was 8 years old, and the reason I remember it vividly that it was 1976 is the birthday party they had for me at my house. John Ross gave me a Kiss bicentennial poster. Do you remember that? It's a classic poster.
I don't remember that. It sounds cool.
I know some of you remember that. The Kiss bicentennial poster. Pull it up there. It's almost as famous as Farrah Fawcett's poster.
Oh, wow.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
I do too. And
Danny said, I do too.
Yeah. Well, the first time they find a skin rag, geez, it's embarrassing. So, and we can come and write these phone calls, I promise you. So, Gina, I open it up. There it is right there.
Bicentennial Kiss.
Yeah, and so John Ross gave me that poster. Not that very one, but one just like it.
Very cool.
And when everybody left, my granddaddy was jamming it in the garbage can. I was like,
no.
Dude, that's my birthday. He said, not in my house. And I said, look, I'm 8. I can't move right now. Just work with me here. He
can't
said
get a job.
That stands for Kings in Satan's Service.
I've heard
I
that
said,
before.
Huh? And then to read about Kiss as an adult and hear Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley in one interview, great interview with them. They were very candid. They were asked some of these questions, and we just laugh.
Yeah.
They're like, what in a way?
All the way to the bank, they laugh.
We wouldn't. They said it helped us because the pushback from, when you're young, they say if you're young and you're not liberal, you don't have a heart. When you're older and you're not a conservative, you don't have a brain.
Yeah, I think didn't Winston Churchill say that? He did not see the Trump administration play out.
Well, things have changed a lot, and Winston Churchill also said that he fought his intellect when he was in war in a foxhole when he would pray for God to save him. He said he'd have to fight his intellect to do that.
He'd have to fight his intellect to pray?
Yes.
Okay. Really?
That's what he said.
That's my go-to.
Let's get a Winston Churchill. Boy, he was... Did you see the movie about him?
Yes. I love some Winston Churchill.
Who played him? Was it Gary Oldham?
Yes. Yes, it was.
One of the most talented actors of our generation.
That
Gary
is
Oldham.
A phenomenal movie.
Yeah, it is. Terrific. Phone lines. The CWA Development phone lines, and you're next up with us here live on area code 731 with Dan and Gina. You're on the air. Go.
Danny Lee, it's okay if I finish, isn't it, brother?
The G unit is in the house. Unit, I bet a lot of this Gina and I are talking about is hitting the sweet spot for you right in your ballywick.
Yeah, hey, listen, let me tell you what I want to talk about there, young man. I want to talk about some basketball.
Basketball, I tell you this, in local sports, let me lead my man right into it because he's covering local sports like an absolute pimp, I tell you, being presented by Marco's Pizza. By the way, Marco's Pizza on Van Drive and Marco's Pizza in South Jackson, they're hiring for all positions right now. MarcosPizza.com. Also by CWA Developments, Texas Tire, the greatest thing since Texas toast. Texas Tire. Wonderful people right across the street from us. They're our neighbors. Baker Brothers Barbecue. Drew Baker. I tell you, Gabe Hart he's got 3 podcasts now on ice, and he's going to release those on newstalk965.com very soon. I can't wait to hear that with Drew Baker. But Baker Brothers Barbecue, BakerBrothersBBQ.com, and units, Drew down at Baker Brothers Barbecue upstairs, he's opened up like a pinball lounge, man.
Cool.
The pinball wizard.
Very cool.
Yes.
Like old school pinball machines.
Absolutely. Units, I tell you, maybe we can hit that on the way out of town. What do you think? I'll school you down. I've got high score.
That won't last long, brother.
You've got the easy part over with, as Bud Young would say.
I think a gauntlet has been thrown down.
Hey, well, he's competitive.
The easy part for you about the butt kicking is you talking about it.
The G Unit, one of my favorite people on planet Earth. This man right here is a scholar, and he attempts to strive, and I appreciate that. And what you've done with the way you're molding the young Mr. Z Money. In some parts of the world that would get you, it would be considered criminal, but I like the way you're getting after him and getting in his head while he's young and while you have the opportunity to do so, because the unit understands you have a small window of opportunity with young people where they believe everything you say. And believe me, he's taking advantage of that. Z Money don't know which way's up. But
Poor Z Money.
He don't do it. He wakes up in the morning, he calls the unit, what do you want me to do today? He don't even work for the unit. I'm impressed, unit.
You got to school them in the way of the life. You got to teach them the game. That's what a pimp does.
Exactly.
Oh, man. The young Z Money, he's a Southside grad. We'll see him today up there on press roll as we hit what do they call it? I want to call it the lounge. The hospitality room.
The hospitality suite, absolutely. We blew it wide open without you the other day while you were still stuck in traffic, and they had some Zaxby's out there. We thought about stealing the 15 feet tall inflatable chicken and posting it out front in front of the station.
We did.
And just spray painting over the Zaxby's part.
I tell you, you know what, I'm glad you brought that up, because I tried to. But what I tried with you, I apologize. I tried to get the unit to. I said, man, I tried to get him to go over there with his knife and deflate it. We couldn't get it in the vehicle. we thought about tying it to the top of the Jeep, but
that would be
it'd be hard to say. We don't know how it got on there when we got pulled over. So we got to deflate it, bring it here, and paint it with Newstalk 96.5 on it, and jam it out right up by North Highland Avenue.
Definitely.
So here's what we do, units. That's Z Money's assignment.
Steal the chicken?
Steal that Zaxby's chicken. It's about 20 feet tall. You know?
It's about 20 feet tall, and kind of like Dan, it's inflated full of hot air.
That's what a pimp does.
That's right. Yeah, and you know Thomas Pugh, Gina?
I do not. I don't think so.
Yeah, he was in pharmaceuticals he worked with us in radio sales for a while, and he went out with some partners and opened the first Zaxby's in town. I think now they own 3 of them.
They're good.
Yes, it is good.
Sauce
It's very good. Zaxby's sauce. Jeez, that stuff. I don't know what that. They must put sugar in there. It tastes so good. All right, unit. Listen, let's get back to it. I'm going to let you finish, but first I got to tell you that Beyonce had one of the greatest videos of all time.
Really?
Go right ahead, unit.
Tell you what, head coach Brent McNeil at Southside has told his team, don't fall in love with their victory over Upperman that they had the other day, because he wants his team to stay focused on what we're trying to do. The Lady Hawks are 32-0 and trying to win the first state title in school history. And while the quarterfinal game may have felt like a championship game and was a rematch of last year's championship game, it was the first of only 3 wins needed to bring a gold ball back to South Jackson. McNeil went on to say, it's just one of the stepping stones, so we told the team to enjoy the win that day, but understand once they woke up and got ready for practice, they were on to the next team. And that, my friend, spells bad news for their opponents coming up today, that we are going to be seeing them up against and that is none other than Elizabethton. Elizabethton, very tall. That's a school from up in the Tri-Cities area of Johnson City, Bristol, Kingsport, up in that part of the state. They roll in having won 30 games on the year. Southside, we know, is 32-0. The combined record of these teams, listen to this, guys, is 62 wins and only 4 losses on the year. This one has prime time written all over it. But let's talk about the game just before that, because it also features a team, Dan, that you and I have seen a whole lot of this year, and that's the South Gibson Lady Hornets.
Yeah, we got friends over there, don't we, Units, including Coach Emery. She's, I forgot what I hit her with. I've never met her, and was telling me, man, this woman's got a lot of personality. She's a tremendous coach. And do you recall what we were talking with her about? I hit her with something kind of out of the blue, and she barked right back at me. I thought, she's cool. She really is.
Well, yeah, that's a common reaction with women around you, Dan, but we'll avoid that for now. But anyway, Embry was hired at South Gibson in May of 2021 after 3 seasons at Summertown. And in her 3 seasons at Summertown, she took them to 2 state tournament appearances. So the year before her arrival in South Gibson, they were barely over 500 at the year's end. In her first season last year at the Lady Hornets, they won 23 games. And this year, they have already played for the District 12 and Region 6 championships. They went on the road to defeat Creekwood in the sub-state, and they punched their ticket to the semifinals here today over a win over the Dyer County Lady Choctaws. So there are 2 schools that Dan and I have seen a lot of that are in the Class 3A semifinals today. South Gibson will take on Livingston Academy, and that game is around at about 4:30 p.m. And then Southside and Elizabethton, the game will tip off around 6 p.m. Dan and I are going to be on a little bit before that. And Gina, Dan and I are going to leave, I think probably about 10:30, 11 o'clock, something like that. We hope to get there by about 5 p.m.
Yeah, I tell you, the other day was just, I'd rather have a donkey kick me in the, private area than, you know what, now that I think about it, maybe not, but that was horrible.
In traffic in Nashville?
Yeah, it was. I didn't get there, Gina. That unit, I don't want to attack you over this because I know that you're not, by trade, you're not a traffic spotter. But I thought you glossed it over a little too much, didn't make a big deal out of it. But he went through the units. Of course, he had a driver. Z-Muddy had to drive. But the units, I don't know. He's doing what smart. He does. He was probably day trading while Z-Muddy's driving. He's telling me, "Shut up, Z-Muddy. I'm trying to think." I'm sure that went on the entire way. But the point is here with traffic, I left at 10:15 for a game that was supposed to start at 2:45.
Right.
I left 5 hours early for a 2.5-hour drive because
traffic.
And I know Melissa said that is so responsible to do that. I said, "Are you kidding me? I'm trying to get to the hospitality suite before the unit Z-Money absolutely just destroy it." And I didn't. And
it took you 5 hours to get to Murfreesboro?
And more than that, I got there in time to call the fourth quarter with the units.
Oh my gosh!
Yep.
It was a wreck on 40.
It was no kidding. It was a 18-wheeler hauling wine. It was.
And it crashed?
It jackknifed and was blocking both eastbound lanes on I-40.
Was there wine everywhere?
Yeah, and I could hear in my head, "Dean Martin, you little old wine drinker, you." And I talked with the state troopers. I said, "How long will it be, do you think, before you open I-40 back up?"
Yeah.
And I swear one of them burped when he said, he said be a couple of hours. And I had to make a decision right there on the spot. Sit here till 1 o'clock, and I know I'll be fine, or the detour.
Yeah.
And I made the wrong decision.
Took the detour?
Yes.
Yeah.
And geez, it wasn't that far out of the way, but it was locked down.
Yeah.
And here's how
it's
mad,
horrible to
angry
get stuck.
people are.
Yeah, it is.
I was going around, I put on the flashers because I called a friend of mine in law enforcement. I said, what do you think of the worst case scenario if I put my flashers on and went around a lot of this traffic in the emergency lane? I said, well, first of all, you didn't hear this from me, but, the biggest danger would be someone pulling over in front of you. And I said, yeah, I get that, man. I'm talking about, am I going to prison for life? And he's like, if they ask you you can tell them. He said, calling a basketball game is important. I don't think it's life-saving type important.
Right.
I said, it's Southside, man. Are you kidding me?
They're
It
undefeated.
is. And I said, it's either I get there, it's going to be Z-Money on color commentary. He said, you know what? We're going to fly the THP copter and get you over there. And so yeah, it was. But the unit, of course, I called him, and he was road ready. But units, that is a very special atmosphere. It's the Murphy Center. And I know the units and Greg Wood, I didn't know they were going to hit it off so well, but it makes sense now. They are both MTSU alum, and they were there at the same time, and they both majored in communication.
There you go.
And he can't understand a word I say. I don't understand it. But Unit, I tell you, you do a great job. The way that we got he called me on the air for 20 years, the G Unit, and was one of the best callers ever. A lot of personality, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. Ran into him at a Southside game. I guess Unit around the first of the year, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And we were talking. I was asking what he was doing. It was between the girls and boys game, and he said, "Well, I called." He said, "Man, I'm glad you're calling public school games again." I said, "Man, I've had a great time." And he said, "You know, I called some games during COVID for Southside." Yeah. I said, "You did?" I said, "You have fun?" He said, "Yeah, I'm majored in communication." I said, "Well, hey, you want to come and call the second half with me?" And I go basketball's fast.
Yeah.
And he was fantastic. And the rest is history. Now he's a superstar. And I tell you this, if you keep rising like you are, you're gonna be out of here, I tell you that, because I didn't think you'd be so popular. That's a problem, Gina.
He's got an apprentice,
No,
too.
I couldn't be prouder of you, and I'm so glad you're having so much fun, because you're doing tremendous work.
That's what a pimp does.
That's what a pimp does. You're right about that. And he drives a pimp's car. I said, that's what a pimp drives. But
yeah, you forget about my black Jaguar, man. That's straight up.
I
pimp,
love
man.
it.
Really? I haven't seen
love
that
it.
one.
What year is that car, Unit?
That is a 2004, and when you see that car, you know exactly what it is.
It's a pimp mobile.
It's the classic Jaguar design.
Jaguar.
Yeah.
It looks like something straight out of a James Bond movie.
It does.
And I tell you, whenever you and I roll up to Murfreesboro, we may ride back over in that one after we stop over at the strip club. So if I have stripper glitter all over the studio tomorrow morning, don't blame me, man.
Make it rain.
Carrying on the family tradition.
You'll be trying to make it rain with some Bitcoin. That'll be it's some traveler's checks. Ma'am, do you take traveler's checks or two-party out-of-state checks? Because if you do, I'd like to write it for 100 over, so you and I have some walking around money. Tell you this, though, we need to roll in that Jaguar and have Z-Money drive. We'll sit in the back.
I just want to see the Jaguar.
It is beautiful. I mean, it is in mint condition. And how many miles on that car?
I don't know too many, but yeah, I have no problem. You and I sit in the back and Z-Money driving, and we'll have a couple of girls hanging out of the moonroof and rolling down the interstate.
Yes, they pull us over and they say, "What's wrong with you people? What do you do for a living?" We're conservative talk radio hosts.
But we riding dirty.
Conservative. We're riding dirty today, sir. And do you know who I am? And he said, "No." Okay, sorry about that, sir.
Thought I'd try.
So it's Southside today. Now, we're going to be watching South Gibson take on, who are they playing?
South Gibson takes on Livingston Academy. That game will be approximately 4:30. Livingston Academy comes in having beaten Greenville in their opening game. Livingston Academy is 28-7 on the year. South Gibson is 27-9. So these two teams are some heavyweights when it comes to Class 3A. And then, of course, the nightcap, the game that you and I are going to be covering, Elizabethton looks to pull off the unthinkable right now, because Southside, coming off that huge win, vanquished their number one foe in Upperman to reach the semifinals. That's going to be the second game. We're going to have that. We'll be live a little bit before 6 p.m., so be sure to listen right here on 96.5.
You know, Unit, we may go live at 5 because Dr. Mark Fowler And Dr. Larry Newman will be in studio. We may join them at 5. We'll kick into high gear with Jackson Southside basketball.
Cool.
The pregame at 5:30. Now, that all depends on, I've already let Larry know, and I got into him sideways with him. I said, when we finish in the hospitality suite, that's when we'll be on the air. He said, can you give me a time? I said, I give you approximate time. I can't. That's all I'm going to tell you. Depends on what's in the... Because even when you're not hungry, when food is free, you eat it. If it's free, I'll take 3.
you know, Danny, because that's what pimps do.
That's exactly what pimps do. And when we go out to eat dinner, and we have dinner, and they ask, would you like to be seated? We always say, in the players section, of course.
Because you're a player.
They say, why you sit there? Because that's what a pimp do. That's what we do. Yeah, Eunice, you're doing a fantastic job. We're going to have a great time rooting on them and calling the game today. You can listen here on News Talk 96.5 FM. All you Southside Hawk fans, and this is a special time of the year because now there's just a few teams left.
Yeah.
And on the brink of history, the Southside Lady Hawks 32-0. It's not just Southside. It's the entire city of Jackson, the county of Madison. Yeah. It's West Tennessee rooting for the Hawks today and rooting for South Gibson. And who else is? McKenzie's still in it in single A.
McKenzie is in it, and then when you look at the boys' side of the bracket, Humboldt, and they're going to get cranked up next week. Humboldt is one of them, and again, the feel-good story of the year. For the first time in the dance since 1958, the Chester County Eagles.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And one thing we're going to talk about this afternoon is the final documents for the deal to build a new enclosed $2.1 billion Titan Stadium in Nashville made their first advance in the Metro Council earlier this week. A final vote is several weeks away.
Why are they doing that?
If this happens, then Nashville will definitely be hosting a Super Bowl and a Final Four.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we'll see, as they say. I think they ought to get a football team before they build a stadium because that team sucks out loud. They are
the Titans?
Yes, they're the Houston.
Aw,
they're the
Dan.
Houston. Well, they do.
Oh, no.
They're the Houston Oilers in drag.
I don't want to
They're
talk
not
about
fooling
this.
me. Hey, Units, I'll see you soon, my friend.
Looking forward to it, man.
Okay, Pimp Daddy, and we'll get our pimp on. Sports brought to you by Marco's Pizza, Baker Brothers Barbecue, CWA Development, Texas Tire, Gene Langley Ford, Jackson Madison County Schools, Carico's Pizza, King Jewelers, Lifeline Voice and Data, Precision Auto Body, Mulligan's Restaurant, Cambridge Men's Store, Carbon Cardiology. Also, sports being presented by 45 Urgent Care, Beauty to the Bone Med Spa, Advanced Rehab and Medical, and Jackson State Community College. And we're out of time. Gina, I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Love you, Dan.
Walker Talks is next. Have a wonderful day. We'll talk with you from Murfreesboro this afternoon.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Later today, President Biden unveils a fiscal 24 budget blueprint. It would hike taxes for some Americans.
His trip to Pennsylvania is a sign that the president's budget proposal is a political message as well. One of the key components.
Hotel dinner. His spokesman says a hospital has admitted Senator McConnell for treatment. In 2019, the GOP leader tripped and fell at his home in Kentucky, suffering a shoulder fracture. At the time, Senator McConnell had surgery to repair that fracture.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart. Chinese President Xi Jinping calling for, in his words, more quickly elevating the armed forces to world-class standards. Our military affairs analyst, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, says this includes nuclear forces.
They are not bound by any treaty, so their numbers of nuclear weapons and platforms in which they launch those are rapidly increasing.
At least 6 people killed in the latest round of Russian missile attacks across Ukraine. Watching Wall Street, the Dow is up 118 points, the Nasdaq ahead 67, the S&P trading 18 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're entering a time of increasing hostility against people of faith, a time when Christians are going to be tested on a moral and physical and financial basis, unlike any other time in our lifetime. I'm Lance Wallnau, Christian author, evangelical leader, here to remind you that you have to take action to protect and steward what God has given you. For example, record high inflation is going to continue to eat away at the dollar, and the savings of your retirement account is in danger. Fortunately, God does provide a way. To protect your retirement, I recommend diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Now, to see how it works, just text the word faith to 989898. That'll give you access to a free info kit on gold IRAs. There are no strings attached, so text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 right now, and I pray your family is blessed with peace of mind because you took action.
China's communist rulers are now requiring churchgoers to fill out a form and get official government approval before attending a service.
Human rights organization China Aid says party officials have made the documentation available on a mobile smart religion app, and the requirement is mandated for members of all 5 legal religions: Catholicism, Protestant Christianity, Islam, Taoism, and Buddhism. The government must grant prior approval before a worshiper can attend a Sunday Mass, Friday mosque prayers, and so on, and the approval must be received before every individual event. Tasha Stevens reporting.
Egypt says inflation in the country has hit a new high this year, with the steepest price rises for basic foods. Official figures show the country's annual inflation rate rose to 32.9% in February and was up from 26.5% in January. News and analysis at Town Hall.
What I needed was more. Tried to shoot out the sun. The days when we raced, we flew off the page. Such damage is done. I made it through, 'cause somebody knew I was meant for someone. So girl, leave your boots by the bed. We ain't leaving this room. But someone needs medical help or the magnolias bloom. It's cold in this house and I ain't going out to chop wood. So cover me up and know you're enough to use me for good.
Good morning and welcome into Walker Talks. Cloudy and cold, that's what we've got today, this Thursday here. Gonna be used to the rain for the next 3 or 4 days. Hope you've got your boots on. It's gonna be cold, but eventually it'll be springtime, right? That's what they say. That's what they say. I can't stand it. It's 46 degrees out there right now. Look, if I wanted to live up north and pay more taxes and have worse weather, that's what I would do. Keep your north out of my south. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm suggesting. It's Thursday, so that means we've got our very good friend, Tom Scuteri, the very best reporter I know. And by proxy, that makes him the best reporter any of you out there know. Good morning, Tom. How are you doing?
I like the way you say it. Good morning.
It's cold here. I'm not in a very good mood. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I could tell. I pretend like you're not talking about every northerner when you say you don't want the north in that studio.
Just the weather. I'm talking about the weather. There are things up north. Like, look, here's what you guys have up north. You have the Capitol. You have the White House. You have the Statue of Liberty. You have those things. Down here, we have beaches and sunshine. There's no reason for the two to... I'm not trying to go Marjorie Taylor Greene on you or anything. I'm just saying there's no reason for the two to mix. That's all. It's 46 degrees.
I always like what President Kennedy said one time when he was asked to describe Washington, D.C. He said it's a city with northern charm and southern efficiency.
Oh, there's a reason I've never heard that quote. They probably don't repeat that a lot down here.
Well, yeah, but his point being, it's pretty funny.
That is funny.
Anyway.
Well, I tell you, what's not funny is what we continue to have going on in Ukraine. And I want you to help me explain why Bakhmut is so important to the Ukrainians, other than they don't want Russia to have the moral victory. Is there more to it than that?
That sums it up pretty well, Chuck. You know, I find it fascinating as someone who has written about conflicts for more than 3 decades, has covered many of them firsthand, how there comes certain moments in a conflict where a place has extreme importance that you wouldn't think of normally, okay? And this is one of those moments. The Russians have been trying to take Bakhmut for about 6 months now.
Right.
Now, Bakhmut is a smaller city. It does sit on some crossroads and transportation routes. It's lost to the Russians. The Ukrainians lose it. Would impede some of their ability to supply some of their troops, but not in a critical way. The Russians want to take it because they're trying to take all of this area called the Donbass, and this is a key area for them to move forward. They also have not had a victory, as I just said, anywhere in Ukraine really for about 6 months. So Putin needs to have a symbolic win. They have poured a lot of troops and material in there, as have the Ukrainians. And here's the difference from a tactical reason. The Ukrainians don't have as much as the Russians that pour in there. And there's a concern at the Pentagon, there's a concern among other NATO nations that Ukraine's trying to make a stand here for reasons of propaganda in large part. You know, we held off the Russians. That's great. But what's the cost? What's the expense?
Right.
Are they draining their own reserves or their own ammunition? Because, you know,
ours?
Well, that's right. And also, if the Ukrainians are planning for a counteroffensive in the spring, like everyone keeps saying they are, and including the Ukrainians, doesn't this distract from that? Doesn't this weaken their ability to have more forces for that? I'm asking these questions rhetorically, but these are what I'm hearing in the Pentagon and elsewhere. So it has taken on, I think of it as a variation almost of the Alamo, okay, where, you know, the Ukrainians eventually will probably lose Bakhmut or have to finally withdraw fully, and then you say, well, what was the price for doing this? Okay, now, I'm not, you know, obviously the Alamo was the Alamo, and it spurred on many other things as part of that conflict. This could do the same thing, maybe it couldn't. For the Russians, they'll declare a victory, but it's been an enormous cost for them. They are, to shock your listeners, they're basically sending untrained troops forward, like over the top in World War I. And then you meld in there a house-to-house battle, like in urban areas in World War II. So you're taking, Chuck, some of the most bloody elements from both World Wars and combining it into one city.
Tom, and we're already getting questions for you coming in on our advanced
Yeah,
rehab
sure,
text line.
Sure, I expect that now.
Yeah, 731-800-8398. But I've got a question for you. But when I was getting ready this morning, doing a little bit of show prep, I was clicking through just some news channels and stuff. I follow a lot of them on TikTok. And something that I found interesting, I'm sure you could pull this up. There's a female reporter for NBC News. And and I guess this is a relatively recent post. She was showing the difference in Kyiv and where they fly and, you know, they drive in from Warsaw, Poland into Kyiv. She said it's about an 8-hour drive. The difference in the year, you know, about a year ago, everything was really war-torn, looking around that road and stuff that she was on. She had, you know, the photos of it and stuff. Well, this time in their video, those roads had been put back together a little bit. They had stopped at a gas station and got like this, you know, famous hot dog, sausage dog, whatever in Ukraine. And the apartment from a year ago that had literally a missile hole in it, not like a small hole, but like a missile hole, had been rebuilt. And you could tell where they were rebuilding it and you could see construction going on. And it really blew my mind, the efficiency in a year when, you know, at first they were kind of around everywhere and Ukraine was able to fight Russia off, except for like the South and the East now. They're not just surviving, they're rebuilding already.
Well, that's an interesting video. I have not seen it, so, you know,
I'll send it to you.
Be able to, I won't be able to comment directly on it at this moment. Nevertheless, I think that it's obviously an accurate video. NBC is a very reliable news outlet, and it does show you the efforts of the Europeans in particular, and with some aid from the United States. You know, everything we send Ukraine is not military aid. There's economic assistance as well, and rebuilding and winterizing was part of that. Ukraine has benefited, as much of Europe, from a much milder winter than projected. That means, on one thing, it made the Russians' grip on energy less of a stranglehold.
Right.
It has given the Ukrainians the opportunity to begin rebuilding. I want to see the video, but there's a lot of work that's going to be done. Just over the last 2 days, Russia again stepped up artillery. Drone and air attacks on infrastructure in Ukraine. That's the thing that's going to take a long time to rebuild. Not that repairing a highway, repairing homes is not a good first step, because you have to do that as well. But there's a lot of work to be done to rebuild all the damage that Ukraine has experienced during the onslaught from Russian air attacks. So, good to see that, obviously.
Right.
That's a long drive. And if you're stopping, again, going back to my days as a conflict reporter, if you're doing a 10-hour drive, you almost always have to bring your own gasoline and these things into war zone, your own food. To hear what you just said means to me that western part of Ukraine still is relatively operational, and that you're able to make repairs on the road, you're able to have businesses, and that's a good sign for Ukraine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought the exact same thing. Tom, while we're staying in this thing on Ukraine before we move on, I'm going to get to these questions that some listeners have texted in for you. But, we had heard months ago, I guess it's months ago, this whole thing's kind of bleeding together. It seems like it's been going on forever, and then it also, in some ways, seems like it's just started. But we heard about strikes or potential strikes, like what would happen if they hit some of Ukraine's nuclear power plants. Do we have an idea of power outages in that eastern and then southern region of Ukraine? How many people are without power?
I can't give you a number, but we know that they're significant in the eastern part, not so much in the southern part. The places that are still controlled by the Russians have power. The Ukrainians are not hitting power facilities in occupied Ukraine. In other words, they're not taking out power facilities in areas of Ukraine that Russians now hold. They don't want to do that. They want to keep those intact for when they take the areas back, so they're already there. So in the eastern part, there's some because of just the ongoing back and forth of the warfare. Not so much in the south, where there has not been a lot of dramatic warfare since last year, when the Ukrainians did push south and recapture a lot of area.
All right, that answers that. This comes in, and I'm not familiar with this, but you may be. It says, ask Tom if he's familiar with a 2023 threat assessment of the USA.
I'm not quite sure what that means. The threat assessment of the USA? I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry.
I think
any more on that?
No, that's all it said. They may message in some more, but as I'm looking, this may be about our assessments from our agencies about China, which leads us to our next message or our next topic anyway.
Yeah, well, that's what I could talk about that. So yesterday, the 5 directors of the most senior intelligence agencies in our country had their open hearing and then closed hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee. We have many intelligence agencies in this country. People think of the CIA, perhaps, and DIA, Defense Intelligence. There's a lot more, obviously, but these 5 were the CIA, the FBI, Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and then the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines. She's sort of like the top person. She coordinates it all. So in the open hearing, they said that, China represents the big threat, the most consequential threat, with her words, to U.S. national security and leadership. And stated the reasons why. None of them will surprise anybody. That she said if China feared a conflict with the United States, it would undertake aggressive cyber action at the U.S. military and the banks, and trying to make panic in our society. She said that, however, which I found interesting, that China's desire to be this top power in Asia as well as in the world might be hindered by its aging population. They have a lot of debt in their corporations, economic inequality, and so it's not like they're unimpeded. But it was pretty clear that what's been said before, that China, the Pentagon always calls China the pacing threat, meaning that's the threat we fear. That even though their military budget of China is dramatically less than the United States, it has targeted spending. So it's developing the weapons it needs to protect its mainland, to try to ensure a tight grip on the South China Sea, to be able to go into other areas if it needs to on its border, and to thwart the United States and perhaps commercial shipping where it chooses to. So it's clearly a big, big threat. And it was interesting also, Chuck, about how the directors were talking about China vis-a-vis Russia, that it's in China's interest in a way to have the war in Ukraine keep going, because it keeps draining the West, of ammunition and economics. But it's also concerning, to China that it could get out of control and then impact its economy and its situation. Director Haynes said, even though China has supported Russia with diplomatic cover and economic support, there are limits, and she says, I hesitate to characterize it as a love affair.
That's what I found really interesting. I kind of highlighted that on there, because it seems like it would be, right?
Well, you would think that, but again, China's in the driver's seat right now. Russia needs China more than China needs Russia right now, okay?
Right.
And China's getting its oil inexpensive from Russia. That's helping Russia with the economy, its economy, also helping China, because it's not buying higher-priced oil from Iran, of all places. So, they're looking out for their own interests in that. They also concerned that if the West wins strongly in Ukraine, what does that mean for their intentions on Taiwan? We've been hearing talk, and you and I have discussed this before. Lawmakers want to have more aid to Taiwan.
Right.
They want to see what Russia's done. They want to prevent that from happening to Taiwan with China, et cetera. So, an emboldened, a strong, unified West is not in China's interest either.
I've heard multiple people report. There's a guy that I follow sometimes, and he does like the Joe Rogan podcast, but he also just does his own stuff too. He calls himself a geopolitical analyst. His name's Peter Zahan. He's got like a ponytail. I don't know if you're familiar with him at all, but he's the first one that I had heard talking about this declining Chinese population. He's also said the same thing about Russia, like for its military, because of the lack of people behind it to have a military. And that's something you don't always think about. But I wonder, will that make China more aggressive in Taiwan or less aggressive?
Well, it's a good question, and you can find arguments and discussions for both outcomes. If you have an aging population, you want to say perhaps do an invasion now, sooner rather than later, before more of your population ages out. Okay,
right.
You want to also do it before your economy gets stressed out. For many, many years, China had a one-baby policy because it had such a huge population. In other words, a married couple could have one child, and you weren't allowed to have more than one unless you got a waiver or something like that.
Right.
Now they're reversing that policy because they're aging out, and they need younger people. They need more new generations. So it's a very interesting question posed. Is it better that hurt them or help them in an invasion of, say, Taiwan or anything? And they also have this, they got to take care of that population, that aging population, which is a drain on finances. We still don't know the impact of COVID in China. That we probably never will.
Right.
But projections are that really has hurt their economy as well. And you have people that are restive and unhappy in China. So even though China is a serious, competitor, some would say serious threat, they are not immune to problems that other countries have. And because it is a big country, those problems can be exacerbated. Now, for Russia, their population issues are different in that, their economy is really a teetering type of economy. It's not strong overall like China had been and still has the potential to be again. So their issues are different than China. And that's why people look at China, like yesterday and the Pentagon consistently, as a much more long-term, formidable threat. That doesn't mean that Russia is not a threat now. Obviously any country that has nuclear weapons is a threat, especially when it's run by someone in a dictatorship like Putin. So, I don't try to minimize. It's not an either or.
Tom, something I found interesting, or another thing I found interesting in today's reports, was the Pentagon is blocking the Biden administration from sharing evidence of Russian atrocities with a Hague court?
Yeah. This is this catches your eye here.
Right.
For listeners who don't know what we're talking about, the International Criminal Court, which sits in The Hague, has charges against individuals for war crimes and other things like this. The United States has never signed on to this because there's been resistance forever from the Pentagon that countries could bring charges against U.S. military personnel for possible alleged war crimes. So the Pentagon has always resisted and pushed against the United States joining the court, cooperating with the court, and in any way. And so the Pentagon is blocking this, as you pointed out, for that reason, that they fear a precedent would be set for possible future prosecutions of Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the rest of the Biden administration, all the intelligence agencies that we just spoke of, the State Department, Justice Department, they want to share the evidence with the court.
Right.
So it's going to be up to President Biden to sort of resolve this conflict within his own administration. The evidence that they're talking about, in case listeners are curious, as I hope they are, it means like material and intelligence the United States has collected about Russian officials who have targeted civilian infrastructure, like we just talked about a few minutes ago, or the Russians who have allegedly abducted thousands of Ukrainian children from occupied territories and brought them to Russia.
Oh,
so
no.
Those are the kind of things we're talking about,
Right.
where the United States has, I'm using this word in a non-legal sense, evidence, or material that would support these accusations of alleged war crimes against Russia. And there's probably other things as well. There's probably intelligence collected by our agencies as well as others on the massacres alleged massacres, I should say, of Ukrainian civilians early in the war, where they found those mass graves, for example. There might be that kind of material the United States was able to collect. This is the kind of stuff that would be very helpful in the ICC, International Criminal Court, to charge and prosecute and convict individuals, whether they have them in custody or not. And a lot of times the ICC can do this without having the individual there, and charge them and convict them, and then put out what you and I would probably call in the old days a bench warrant.
Right.
That if they're ever grabbed by a country, they could take them to The Hague.
I guess I'm getting tied up with the language here because it says because what could be used against Americans in the future, assuming that we're in a war and atrocities, if we go in and do something bad, this would be to protect. We don't want to set a precedent. Shouldn't we, if our soldiers or our Americans do something bad, should they not be held accountable?
That's a good question. I'm thinking listeners can make their own judgments on that.
Right.
But that's the concern, that not so much probably this fine specific nature that you're speaking of, but perhaps more politically motivated or geopolitically motivated charges
right.
by a country that doesn't like the United States, saying that your soldiers engaged in X, Y, and Z in this country that are war crimes. So we want to prosecute you in The Hague. The Hague is the shorthand, for the International Criminal Court. So, the Pentagon it's another reason, the Pentagon has been strong against the U.S. joining the World Courts, against the landmine treaty, banning landmines. For all these reasons, that they don't want to set precedents that could affect U.S. troops.
Okay, I gotcha. I hope, and we've all heard the stories and stuff of, potential atrocities that have happened in every war, and you hope that doesn't go on. But if it does, I mean, you kind of think, well, gosh, should you not be held accountable? I don't know, and I'm not smart enough.
Well, here, let's talk about something that did happen, so no one will accuse me of one thing or the other. Okay. During the Vietnam War, there was the My Lai massacre of U.S. Troops engaged in Vietnam. So that was done, and it was adjudicated, by our military, our courts, and people were found guilty. People could disagree with that, whether those soldiers were responsible or not. But there's an example there that someone say, well, those folks should have been. There wasn't a court, and there wasn't an international court then. But those folks could have been tried in the international court for war crimes. Well, the Pentagon feels that that's better handled by them.
Okay, I get it. I'm just I'm a little trepidatious about it. You know what I mean? Just the optics of it. If nothing else, just the optics of it. You know, and that's what.
Oh no, I know. You know, it's funny because last year, when the first accounts of war crimes were coming out of Russia, you know, the Senate resolution was, I think it was by Senator Graham of South Carolina, bipartisan, you know, described the ICC as a great international tribunal seeking to uphold the law and urged member states, you know, to petition them to investigate the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. So, you know, our own Senate, you know, urged the ICC to do this.
Right.
Even though the United States is not a member of it. So, you know, it's kind of ironic, you know. Clinton was president, I think. My memory's a little bad on this, so I ask listeners to be kind to me and not jump all over me on this. I think it was President Clinton who was signed the statute from Rome. It was in Rome that created the International Court. So that tells you when it was created. In his last year of office, President Clinton did this, I think. And, you know, but President Bush then, President George W. Bush, never in other words, never had it approved by the Senate. So it was never put into law about, you know, for the United States to be part of that. So, you know, it also, there was actual steps taken to thwart it by the United States on occasion. You know, one of the things that was Afghanistan, for example. The United States tried to block, under the Trump administration, block the ICC's investigation into alleged war crimes in Afghanistan when the United States troops, when U.S. troops were there. And that's that really sent shivers through the Pentagon as well.
Right, yeah. You know, something else, Tom, I find interesting is how we're trying, and maybe successfully, at least, you know, getting through the committee to get out of Iraq, but we're still not good with removing troops from Syria. Why one and not the other?
Well, it's interesting. Great juxtaposition, huh?
Right.
So yesterday, Wednesday, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed legislation to repeal the military authorization, the military force authorization for the Gulf War and the Iraq War. They're still in effect, you know, even though those wars have ended.
Right.
Bipartisan measure passed the committee. This was the 1991 Gulf War authorization, 2002 Iraq War authorization. So one's more than 30 years old and one is 20 years old plus. They're still in force, okay? And it has a strong appeal. It just has not managed to get through Congress, you know, for a variety of reasons. It probably will get through this year. It's a strong bipartisan measure. We'll see what happens in the House. And that was bipartisan. But in the House, there was a vote, a resolution that would require the U.S. to take its troops out of Syria. That failed, overwhelmingly failed, 103 to 321. Because that's still an active conflict. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah, because those other two aren't needed anymore. You know, those wars are over, and they exist, and they can create mischief by letting any president use those authorizations to justify military action somewhere else, saying, well, it's part of what we proved, even though it's 20 years later. It's, you know, so that way you take that off the board, and that means any president, President Biden, the next president, would have to go to Congress and get authorization for U.S. military activity on the scale of Iraq or Afghanistan. Now, there is activity going on in Syria, which is interesting because it was not part of, or was part of, depending on who you speak to, the 2002 authorization. Even though that was against Saddam Hussein, now it's against ISIS. Now, where does that fall under? You know, does it fall under anti-terrorism? Does it fall? You know, it's unclear. This is the murky nature of warfare, where Congress is supposed to have declare war on someone. We haven't done that since World War II. Okay?
Wow.
So the measure that was put up in the House, this is an active fight against ISIS, and the U.S. troops that are in Syria are basically training and guiding our Kurdish allies in this fight. they're not supposed to engage in much activity directly. The only time they do is when they go in to take out an ISIS leader, which they have done. U.S. military forces have acted like that.
Right.
They've had help. So it's an act of. Again, I say these things. I want listeners to understand, Chuck. I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just answering your question here.
Right. It's odd because, I mean, it lends the question, why are we there? You would think that this withdrawal out of Iraq would be so much smoother than our withdrawal out of Afghanistan. But if we're in Syria still, why are we still there so long? Why is it taking this long? Would be my next, train of thought there.
Well, we're running out of time here, but I will tell you that again, people can make their own judgments whether they agree with it or not. But that's an ongoing active fight against ISIS. ISIS has been beaten back badly and significantly, but they're not defeated. And they probably never will be. And so that's an actual action that's taking place. It's a shooting action on occasion. It's certainly an aggressive information and containment action by the Kurds with our support and the support of the British as well.
Tom Scuteri, the very best in the business. Tom, we appreciate your time. One thing to think about on the way out, maybe we can get to it. I don't know that it's going to get enough traction between now and Tuesday, but it says, ask Tom what he thinks about the move, and this was a Senator Joe Manchin suggestion, to make cartels terrorists, to classify them as terrorists and allow military action against them. So you've been thinking on that. See, I don't know if you heard Manchin over the weekend.
I think it was Manchin said it. Actually, Senator Graham, I mentioned before, also.
Oh, okay, good.
So we'll talk about that next week.
Absolutely, Tom. Have a wonderful weekend, my friend.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Tom Scuteri doing his thing. The absolute best. I tell you what, if you want to know what is going on, the real truth about what's going on, because Tom will tell you, I can't substantiate that report. I can't substantiate this. I'm going to send him that thing. If you guys are on TikTok out there, Julie, you can go to NBC News. This actually popped up in my feed, and it was amazing because there was this lady, this reporter, and somebody has asked about where are all the reporters at in Ukraine? But there are some, evidently. She was there early on, with her team early on, like a year ago or so, and she had pictures and video of just all the devastation, like when they were bombing Kyiv and some of these other places, and just how war-torn everything looked early on. Well, now it's a year later. She's going back. They flew into Warsaw, Poland, got in a car. I think she said it's around 8 hours drive to Kyiv. You're driving down there. It looks like you're driving to the beach. Everything's fine. You'll see people out there farming. They stopped at a gas station, had like a sausage hot dog thing that was supposed to be really good and some drink, and got back in the car. An apartment building that a year ago had been, had a missile hole through, had been repaired. People were living there. Like, it was really crazy. Now, she did say, obviously, the fighting in the east and the south was really bad and those areas were decimated, but Ukrainians are building back, which is cool. I asked Tom about it. He goes, I haven't seen the video, but he's about to because I'm going to send it to him. This comes in on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Oh, boy, we just got a big O swoosh of them. This says, according to the Common Symptoms Cowboy, Washington, D.C. is 68.2 square miles surrounded by reality. You're listening to Walker Talks here on 96.5 News Talk of West Tennessee.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
And now, some big news from WINN. The new February instant games from the Tennessee Lottery have arrived. Now, for some bigger news, there are 4 new exciting games to choose from. And now, for our biggest news yet, you could win a top prize of $5 million.
Make a break for fun today with February instant games, only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
Hey, you know it's a leap year, right?
No, the next leap year isn't until 2024.
Nope, it's this year. I can prove it. Here, play this new instant game from the Tennessee Lottery.
Okay. Woohoo! I won!
See what you did there?
I jumped up and down?
No, that was a leap.
Don't miss your chance to jump for joy this February with our newest instant games. You could win up to $5 million. The Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
You're 1,000 miles from nowhere. We feel as far as I could see, both needing something from each other, not knowing yet what that might be, till she came to me one evening, hot cup of coffee.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Kind of a dreary day, but I'm in a good mood. I'm ready to do some radio. Ready to do a live radio show. It's much easier when I do it with you, all of you out there. You want to get in? Our CWA phone line number, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. Those are our CWA call-in numbers. You may say, what's CWA? CWA does commercial and residential maintenance. They do restoration and renovation. If you want to talk about them, they do deck cleaning, fence building, anything to cleaning your gutters, anything that would have to do with your house, that would have to deal with CWA. Their phone number is 731-503-9598. You've got a project at your house you need a little help with? Give them a call, 731-503-9598. Now, you want to give me a call here on Walker Talks, me and Julie, 731-265-6496. We're coming right to them. Thank you. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. I'm going to get a couple of these texts cleared up here, and then we'll go right to the phone calls. This comes in. It says, the USA violates international law, but is never held accountable. And Israel also. And they vote the same in the international court. I think things would be a lot different and better if they were held accountable. Yeah, that was the weird part of and not Tom. Tom did great, but the tricky part of the conversation for me to handle the questions was, why doesn't our Pentagon, why are they worried about what could happen in the future? Like if we're committing war crimes and war atrocities, should we not be held responsible the same way we hold other countries responsible for that? Like we shouldn't be above that, right? Or should we? Maybe we should. I don't think we should. Maybe there's something I'm missing. This comes in. It says, Israel has not told us that we can leave yet. I guess that's out of Syria. Yeah. And I know there's some bad actors in Syria, but I mean, look, I'm tired of going to war and occupying a territory forever. I'm ready to get in, get out, do what we need to do, and get the heck out of there and bring our soldiers home. Uh-oh. That sounds like an empty circuit. Give us a call back, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 is our call-in number. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Julie's working on a story. She went to a meeting this morning and has found out quite a bit of information about a new tax bill in the state of Tennessee that could allow each county to increase your property tax however they want to under Developmental Act. And we don't really, no one's saying anything about it. There's some representatives, some of our local representatives are saying, well, we haven't heard anybody against this. So I guess if you're against paying more taxes, you may want to call your state representative. You may want to say, hey guys, we're not in favor of paying more taxes. Matter of fact, we'd like to pay less taxes. Right now, the words that's out there is they're just not getting a lot of phone calls about this. So I'm going to have Julie tell you what she knows so far in this. She stepped out for a minute. She'll be back in just a sec. I don't know why she's sitting there talking to Dan when we're doing a live radio show, but nonetheless, she'll be back in a few minutes and tell us what she's learned in this meeting. I had a sneaking suspicion with all this drag talk that's really pretty silly. It's a nothing burger, honestly. With all this drag talk, I knew something else was going on behind the scenes, because this is what happens. This is what people do. I'm not talking about just state. I'm talking about local, state, federal. Here it is. Here's this bill, this kind of nonsensical bill here. Doesn't affect a lot of people, right? It doesn't affect a lot of people. Here's this bill, but here's what we're actually doing. But you guys are going to look at this because it's shiny. They do it a lot. They do it a lot. They do it in marketing. Think about Nike. What does Nike do? Nike pays around $4 to have a tennis shoe made in China. Okay? $4. Now, they don't want you talking about the slave labor that's made that shoe. And I don't blame them, because that's kind of embarrassing. But they sell that shoe for $215. You know why it's so expensive? Well, number one, they want to make a lot of money. That's true. But number two, they hire a celebrity endorser. They have someone endorse that product, and they pay them a lot of money. Ja Morant's got his own shoe. Kyrie Irving did till he lost it. Kevin Durant's got his own shoe. Of course, everybody knows about Jordans. They pay these guys a lot of money. So here's the big shiny thing to look at. Give us our $225, but let's not talk about the slave labor. Same thing, not just a drag bill, but anytime there's legislation passed that is kind of crazy. Yeah. It doesn't really matter that much. We're talking about such a small percentage, but it's celebrity endorsed. Protect your children. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Not from food or, anything else that's really going after them. But here's this big shiny thing. Here's our, big endorsement. we're getting this through the back deal. So, Julie, tell us, now that you're back in here, tell us where you were this morning.
I had to go to a board meeting for CWTAR, and we just we recap some of the stuff going on. We've been watching this thing going on in Nashville for a little bit because it's gonna impact real estate, it's gonna impact developers, and it's gonna impact the homeowners. But basically, they're doing a large call to action. Last night, Knoxville, the city, not Knox County. Knox County was already in it, but the city has jumped in and hired lobbyists. But basically, this is what I'm going to kind of give you a rundown. So this allows counties and cities to enact developmental taxes on the development of residential real estate without meeting any population growth thresholds to show the need for such tax. Under the legislation, the new development tax can be used to fund libraries, government buildings, landfills, parks, recreation, schools, public utilities, roads, bridge, law enforcement, fire service, emergency medical service, and any other capital project. So when you put that last clause in there,
any other
capital project.
So what would that mean?
Development.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything. Okay.
Development tax on residential real estate are a direct tax on the housing industry and constituents trying to achieve the dream of home ownership. Affordable housing is an issue in Tennessee, particularly in today's market with high prices on building materials and the current interest rates. The addition of a development tax will only compound the problem and place attainable workforce housing even more out of reach for Tennesseans. The bill will have substantial effect on the affordable housing because the tax is uniformly applied to all residential housing, whether the new home price is $100,000 or $1 million. These taxes, when attached to the price of a new home, disproportionately affect families least likely to be able to afford the additional costs. Typically,
so this would be just on new construction homes, or if you buy any development,
so,
which we're lacking for, but let's find a way to tax them more.
And so what will happen is they'll spread the cost out. Typically, those affected will be young families and minorities, which are the two fastest growing home buying segments of the population. And the biggest part of this is there's not much oversight. So there are some other counties like Williamson. Originally, you had to have this threshold of 20% growth for 5 years. And then they would allow you. They're taking away that threshold. So
are the counties voting to pass this? The cities, the state legislature?
The state.
So
you need to call Ed Jackson. I know that Chris Todd has actually been reached out to locally, and he's saying that he hasn't heard anyone upset about this, but I can tell you that me and multiple people have done the call to action that have gone to Ed Jackson's office, that have gone to, we've talked to Representative Todd. I personally have not.
Right.
We don't really talk, which is fine, whatever. But there are people upset about it. And with this, the worst part of it is also the timing, because Madison County, Haywood, Crockett, we're all about to see some real substantial growth, Shelby, all of that. Then it's going to happen.
Right.
And they're gonna be able to do it. And you know, there's these guidelines that were originally in place, but they're amending it to say any other.
So they can use that. And it's just on new construction. That doesn't seem right when we're missing.
No, it's not just on new construction. It's on any other project.
They could put this developmental tax on.
So it could be commercial. It could be residential. But so what's going to happen is that tax is going to get spread out. And we're already paying a ton in tax.
Yes. If you don't think you're overtaxed right now, you're crazy. Good morning and welcome in.
Hey, when the government is dependent upon bankers for money, they and not the leaders of the government control.
That's not true. The government is actually, thank you. The government is actually dependent upon taxpayers for money. Taxpayers. And if they take a bank loan, the taxpayers are the ones that pay it back. People that actually pay taxes. I'm not sure if you do or don't. It's not my business. I don't care if you do or don't. But no, it's the taxpayers. It's not the bankers. There is no such thing as bankers out there giving the government money and then paying them back. It's taxpayers. That's all it is. It's just us. It's us every single day. That's why we should care about this. Anything that's going to, it would be like this. We wouldn't be okay if all of a sudden we said we're going to allow whomever throw out whatever government official you want into our bank account and take a little bit of money from you every single month. We'd be like, no, stay out of my bank account. But that's exactly what they're doing.
Well, and I mean, look at stuff like this. Like they're quick to impose and say we need to do these taxes like this, but then like, okay, JEA.
Yeah.
Right now we've got all this coming. We're going to miss it because our infrastructure is not ready. They're not even willing to take a loan and update our infrastructure, run more plumbing, run more electrical until they quote unquote already see the growth.
Well, at that point, we won't be seeing it here, right?
You've missed it. Yeah. So, I mean, we're kind of in a spot right now where I'm like, what are you guys doing? You want to raise taxes, but then we can't even get the infrastructure we need to get more people here.
Yeah, you can't raise our taxes and also us miss out on potential development.
Yeah, something's got to give somewhere.
And do we think are we convinced that the plant manager making $2.5 million a year at Blue Oval City or whatever? I mean, I have no idea what the guy's going to be, but you know what I'm saying. Are we convinced he's going to live in Jackson? No, maybe not. We'd love for him to. He's more than welcome. They're all more than welcome to live in this town. But we got to have a couple of things in this town. We got to have housing, that would be important. Now the guy making $2.5 million a year, he can probably just custom build. That's not going to be too much of an issue for him.
No.
But it would be great if we got everybody that was there that was working and paying taxes.
Let's just if we lay it out, the majority of the people that will be buying homes and cannot do, long commutes are going to be your average employee.
Yeah.
So you're looking at
70,000 a year probably?
I think the way they figured it at that thing that I had to go to the other day is a 2-person working home that would be coming here. They expected to somewhere together combine the salary to be like 110.
Yeah, okay.
So that's not a lot of buy power. You know what I mean? It is, but it's
on
not.
Their debt to income
debt
ratio.
to income ratio, credit scores. So that's 110 for a 2-person home household. A single person, you're looking at 60. We do not have a ton of affordable housing. If you get online and you look and you pull up to see what's between 150 and like 230,
it's not a lot.
They're gone. And we don't have any new construction at that.
In that area.
Right now, yeah.
And
that
she's
price
not
point.
talking about...
Now, there are some coming.
Right.
Tammy Reed, I was talking to her. She's a really good friend, amazing realtor.
Right, yeah, amazing realtor.
And she's working with some developers, and there's some houses coming that are going to be in that 220-ish price point. But if this tax gets passed, they're out of that price point.
Because
they're going up.
Yeah, they're not going to take the loss.
It's going to be impacting everybody.
See, and this is what's so dumb about it. And this is why government is run haphazard and ridiculous. It's not run like a business. If you ran it like a business, you know what we'd say? We would look at it and we would say, okay, we have a shortage here. We have a need that we're not filling. So let's do this. Let's make an investment in this need. I think it would make more sense to give these developers tax breaks.
Well, especially give them the break until it's actually developed. Don't pay the land taxes.
Correct.
But I will tell you that our local government, city-wise, I for a fact know that there are things in place to help the developers.
But Huntersville, Denmark Road, that's not in the city. That's in the county. That's in the county.
Exactly.
So we're not talking about the city. But again, so instead of saying, okay, we're going to stunt this growth. If you looked at it like a business, if all of a sudden people called me up and said, Chuck, only thing I'm caring about this time of year is stink bugs at my house, right? They're kind of easy to get rid of. Got a couple things we can do for it. No, stink bugs. I want a permanent solution, right? Well, you can buy one of these really nice vacuums and it'll actually chop the bug. You can use them for roaches and stink bugs, things like that. But they kept telling me you got to do it. I would do it. I would invest the money. I'd order 300 of them. Then I would sell 300. Then I would have the capital, which would be more because I would make money on the sale. Then I would have more, and that's how I would make money.
Exactly.
That's how you would run a business. So it sounds to me, what the state of Tennessee should do. As soon as they get off the drag show bill, what they should do is say, oh, we don't need to tax this price point, this new construction more, because we do have all the growth. It hasn't slowed down in Middle and East Tennessee, but now we have additional growth. Why don't we make tax benefits so we can house these people instead of saying, well, they're coming here, we're going to milk from them anyway? Well, basically, they're coming, but we're not going to do anything until we see them here. Well, okay, they're going to go. Realistically, the Collierville, Lakeland, and Arlington area. It's a cool area. Everything is new, 5 years old. Their schools are 5 years old. Their infrastructure is 5 years old. They're ahead of it. Now there's only so much land mass that they can go. Right. The price of living is a little bit higher there. Correct. But it's still 20 minutes from Blue Oval. Yeah. So where we are in that 20-minute area from Blue Oval, right, we do not have the utility. We got to get the utility. We've got to. We need to get. I need to get Monty Cooper on the phone with us. But one of the things that is hard is, okay, well, the city's like, all right, well, we'll help, but then they're going to have to satellite annex, which is going to make a lot of people mad. If I owned farmland it's been in my family for 100 years, and it's farmland, and now all of a sudden I'm paying city tax on it, exactly, and it's just a field, I'm going to be upset too. Even though your city taxes are cheaper than your county, well, you're still paying both. You're paying both. Yeah. And you don't need the septic, you don't need the sewer and the water out there, or the electrical. Unless you're developing. Most electrical is already out there, but you know what I'm saying? They're self-sustaining. They're already doing it. They've got their wells. Yeah. They've got their septic tanks. So we've got to really kind of open our eyes and look at what we're going to do, guys. This is why the voting and everything is so important. This is called, we're going to get more into it. I'm going to find the developmental tax in Tennessee. Yes. If you think this is a bad idea, call your representative. Yeah. If you're in this area, chances are it's Chris Todd and Ed Jackson. Yeah. Give a phone call. Call their office. Say, hey, guys, we're not in favor of this. We know last night for a fact that there was some lobbyists hired to come push this through. Not here, but in Knox City. So now you've got Williamson's already got their lobbyists. Mm-hmm. You got Knox City, Knox County. You got Davidson. You got all these, and I mean they're pushing hard. We're going to push back harder. I don't love lobbyists. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't either. I know that there's probably some good ones out there, but when they do this mess, NAR and seems like we get screwed. NAR and TAR, we have lobbyists. Yeah. Our lobbyists are pushing for it to stop. Right. Because we know the impact and how bad it can be. It's going to have a negative impact. It's stupid. Exactly. It's counterintuitive, counterproductive. But let's go hunt some drag queens. That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about your pocket. Get out of here with stupid stuff. We're going to be right back after the top of the hour news.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A Senate panel has launched a hearing into the toxic train wreck that's devastated East Palestine, Ohio, and surrounding areas. There is a particular focus on the response by government and the railroad.
Today presents us with the opportunity to learn from this experience, address misinformation, and gain a better understanding of the long-term plan to protect public health and address the environmental impacts of this disaster.
Senator Tom Carper of Delaware chairs the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. The panel will be hearing from Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw, expected to say he's deeply sorry about the impact of the derailment while pledging $20 million to help the community recover from the disaster. Word of more Biden classified documents discovered, this time 9 boxes of sensitive papers recovered from an office of the president's attorney in Boston. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital this morning. A spokesman says the Kentucky Republican took a fall last evening.
Doug Andres says McConnell was attending a private dinner at a Washington hotel when he tripped. McConnell battled polio as a child and has acknowledged some difficulty in adulthood climbing stairs. In 2019, he tripped and fell at his home in Kentucky. He worked from home for several weeks after undergoing surgery to repair a fracture in his shoulder. First elected in 1984, in January, McConnell became the longest-serving leader in Senate history, breaking the previous record of 16 years. Jennifer King, Washington.
The number of Americans applying for unemployment last week jumped by the most in 5 months. The Labor Department says applications for jobless claims rose 21,000 to 211,000. That's up from 190,000 the previous week. Watching Wall Street, stocks are higher this hour. The Dow is up 92 points, the Nasdaq ahead 46, and the S&P 10 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
The Taliban governor of a province in northern Afghanistan has died in an explosion.
A senior Taliban official confirmed to the BBC that the governor, Mohammed Daoud Mozammel, was killed in an explosion at his office on Thursday morning. The Taliban government spokesman said on Twitter that the governor had been martyred by the enemies of Islam. Mr. Mozammel is reported to have led the fight against Islamic State militants in his previous posting in an eastern province. He is the highest-ranking official to have been killed in such circumstances since the Taliban took power.
The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher. South Korea's military says North Korea has fired a short-range ballistic missile toward waters off its western coast. The South's Joint Chiefs of Staff says the weapon was fired from an area around a western coastal city, did not immediately release an assessment of just how far the missile traveled. The launch came as the North complains about joint U.S.-South Korean military drills. News and analysis at townhall.com. Hundreds of thousands of young people deciding that college, not for them.
Boone Williams of Jackson, Tennessee says when he and other high school students were sent home during the pandemic, he decided to go to work 6 to 7 days a week. Now he's a plumbing apprentice.
I was seeing so many people go to college and dropping out, not making it, and they were getting degrees that they weren't even using.
Nationwide undergraduate college enrollment dropped 8% from 2019 to 2022. Economists say the impact of fewer college graduates could be dire, worsening labor shortages in fields from healthcare to information technology. I'm Donna Warder.
President Biden unveils his proposed federal budget later in the day in Pennsylvania. Would hike taxes on some Americans while supposedly cutting deficits by almost $3 trillion over the next decade. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900 or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Mega Dealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with 1,000 off because you said,
show me the bling.
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Auto Mart today. Wear your 1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Marlboro man ain't cool no more. Can't smoke in bars like you could before. Gotta go around back where the drifters go if I wanna put a memory up in smoke. I drove that GTO too fast, put it in a ditch that it chewed my ass. Worked all summer just to pay for the parts. Spent my last dime, no, wasn't real smart. But it made me feel free. It made me feel alive. Like every day on earth was a roller coaster ride. I got a couple scars. I knew I had to change. But I miss that me and my wild ass ways. I miss the bad and the good old days. Lean on the whiskey hard every night. Still showed up on time at the construction site. I can still see the boss man shaking his head, saying, boy, keep it up and you'll wind up dead. But it made me feel free. It made me feel alive. Like every day on earth was a roller coaster ride.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Little Marlboro Man here.
But I miss that me and my wild ass ways. Yeah, I miss the bad and the good old.
Isn't that the truth, though? Missing the bad in the good old days. Like, that bad was so easy, and now we've got, China ready to kill us.
Yeah.
Drag queens being hunted. Taxes raising. The cost of eggs is $20. Like, it's just
give me the crap. Give me the junk again. And just your regular personal life. And God knows I love my children. But man, expensive. A lot of money.
God,
yeah, a lot of money, a lot of time. Love that. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but man, I wish I could go back to when I thought I was busy and poor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because I was like, oh my gosh, because you were just the freedom that you had, and I wouldn't take anything for my kids. Like, don't misunderstand me out there. Don't get silly on me.
Same, totally.
But just if you could go back for a day and just have that freedom, have that fun of no bills, no pressure, no relationship, and I'm not talking about bad relate, but I'm talking about just your regular ties. Like, you have stuff you have to do today.
Absolutely.
I have stuff I have to do today. I've got to go to my office.
Bills I've got to pay.
I'm going to be at my office for a few hours tonight. I've got payroll that I've got to do tomorrow. But I have to take Knox to school. So I'm going to be, doing payroll tonight till 8:30, 9 o'clock, which is fine. It's no big deal. But like, there was a time in my life where none of those things would have mattered because my goal was to see how many times I could drive from Club Vita to Pizza Inn or Pizza, whatever it is over there, Little Caesars, whatever it was, to drive
It
there.
was Pizza Inn.
It was Pizza Inn when I was a kid.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
And pick up, young ladies from other schools. That was it. And that was the most stress that I ever had. And I remember being stressed about that. Now, come on.
I remember one night, I think I was like 16, me and one of my best friends climbed out of a bedroom window in my house.
Yeah.
And we had rolled my car
were you
out
on an
in neutral.
upstairs window?
No,
Okay.
but it was high.
Right.
But we had put my car in neutral and rolled it out of the garage, pulled the garage back down, locked it. Then we went back in the house, climbed out the window in the bushes, snuck out, and like that was the biggest stress. Then, my dumb self came back and we couldn't get back in the window.
So did your mom lock it? Or did y'all...
we couldn't. It was too high. Like it was.
Oh, you didn't plan that part
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
And so then we had to try and sneak in, and we ended up actually sleeping in the Walgreens parking lot.
Yeah. We all have.
Yep.
24 hours.
Just dumb.
Safest place, safe as anything else, I suppose. 731-265-6496. It's our CWA call-in number, 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. This comes in, it says, you were talking about Nike. Have you seen the movie about Nike and Jordan? This is it. It's called Air. I'm going to pull this up. I have not seen the movie. Nike. Is this a movie that's coming, I guess? Yeah, it's got Matt Damon in it. Look at that. Yeah, that looks cool. I'm definitely going to check that out. No, I haven't seen that movie. This comes in and says, give me liberty or give me shake junts. Madison County would definitely institute this tax without the correlating growth. It's our go-to.
Mm-hmm.
That's my problem. Why on earth do we need to pay any more nickels in taxes?
So this is funny that they said that, because one of the things that they're, yelling in Nashville is we're giving them the option. That doesn't mean they have to do it.
Oh.
Well, when you give them the option, common sense is going to tell you that they're going to do it. Especially when we've got roundabouts and Pope to pay for.
Oh, great point. Yeah, we're already in some Pope trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
so
Lord.
if you think that it's not going to happen, you're playing yourself foolishly. It's just.
I'm beginning to agree with Rick a little bit. Maybe putting it on that land with all those issues was a problem.
That it was bought in that time where Eric Jones had left before Marlon King came. So the oversight there was not. It was an interim. Yeah.
Superintendent.
So there was, there was somebody there that wasn't vested per se. And I just kind of wonder how this is going to play out, especially when, and I'm not going to put the numbers out here because it's open to the public and you can go look it up yourself, when Jerry Winberry, that's building houses, bought land right beside it for a fraction of the cost.
Right.
With almost the same amount of acres and everything.
And Eric Jones had, when his first, when his first idea of putting it there, it was more land.
Yeah.
And then it was bought at the same price for less land. I don't understand. I don't understand. And so, yeah, you're right. But just because of that right there and some budget shortfalls, there may be a reason for Madison County to have to institute this if it gets passed at the state level. My biggest question is, why would the state of Tennessee, which is run by conservatives, that includes me, that includes you, right? They're not the party of more taxes and more government. We are the party of less taxes and less government. More individual freedom, more individual responsibility fiscally.
I don't think any party is truly for less taxes. I mean, I'm to that point in my life where I think they're all looking at their pockets, their numbers, and the bottom line, and that's how they vote, not based on the people.
Really? So you think sometimes they pander? They pander
sure do,
to
and
us?
I think
Surely not.
I just find it interesting, though, that, we've seen more press coverage and more arguments over drag queens than we've seen with this.
And this is a
And
problem.
this affects a lot more people than a drag queen.
Could potentially affect. Well, here's why it affects you. You may say, you know what? I've been in my house for 20 years. I'm not going anywhere. I feel you. I feel you working. Here's the problem. Commercial stuff, right? So JCPenney's is going to move out, open up a new JCPenney's. All right. They're going, and that may or may not be true. I'm just using Bed Bath & Beyond, right? They closed the other day. Say they want to come back. Well, now it's a tax, right? They're going to pass that on down. It's going to cost more. Businesses don't say, oh, well, I guess we're going to put this brand new business here and just lose money on it until we go bankrupt. No, they pass those costs along. It will be passed to us some way.
And then you're going to see, you're going to see it where everybody's going to feel it. And now they're taking away the guidelines of the 5 years of 20% growth so they can pretty much just do it at a drop of a hat if they want to. I don't know. It bothers me.
I think so too. It bothers me because, and I believe that maybe a lot of people haven't called our representatives yet and said anything about it. But this is why it feels so screwy. Every time you pull up the Tennessean, the Jackson Sun, the WBBJ TV, however it is, Action News 5, WREG, you pull it all up. Here's what we're talking about.
Drag queens, Tyree Nichols, all this bad stuff that's happened. John Morant.
This is John Morant. This isn't making the news
because
people
it doesn't
don't know
sell.
about it.
You cannot tell me that the media does not pick and choose what's going to give a better sell. Now, I'm not saying that all the media is lying and giving false news. I'm just saying they're going to pick which stories to put on the cover. And it's not going to be the possibility of this developmental tax. And to be fair, they may not be versed on it and realize how large
and potentially
how many people it can impact.
Here's the problem. If you ran for this office, you can't say, well, man, I didn't know. I mean, that's the job.
Yeah.
The job's to know.
Well, I mean, I'm not in office at any level at this point in my life. And I am in real estate, but I mean, I can put the numbers and add them up and see this is going to be a big deal.
It is going to be a big deal.
So if my peon brain who's not versed in all of this, then anybody should be able to.
Saying I don't know or I'm not familiar that's not a legitimate argument.
No, it's a lazy argument.
Same way when you're in office, you cannot come in here and say I don't know enough. Now, here's what you can say: I'm going to look into it.
I'm going to
look into
it.
I
ain't telling you.
Yeah,
I ain't telling you yet. Like
it's going to be one of those deals where you can say I'm going to look into it, research more about it, or here's what the thoughts are. Here's both sides, something like that. Those are all legitimate,
right?
But you can't be in your you
can't
your
vote
elected
on something
office. Yeah, you
uneducated.
can't vote and say, well, I didn't know.
Yeah.
That doesn't work for me.
I mean, I think when you are running for office and you get in office, I think one of the main things that people don't talk about when they campaign is, am I going to educate myself on all of the facts and look at it through the scope of every type of person and how it's going to affect them? Well, that's what you owe to them. Like that's that should be unsaid. But I don't think there's enough. I mean, I think it was like a year and a half ago, there was a possible piece of legislature that was going to come through that they wanted everybody in the state of Tennessee who sold a house to install this carbon monoxide detector. And, of course, NAR and TAR hired lobbyists because it was going to be like this particular one was like $1,200. It was insane. And sometimes people are saying they got to get out, like they don't, there
people get
there are
divorced.
situations,
People have to move for jobs,
and they don't have that extra $1,200 at the time to just put in something. And so anyway, they went on to fight it, and then later it comes out that the person who owned that company that made those carbon monoxide detector was tied in politically.
Of course.
And that's why
they
wanted it.
You didn't even have to tell me the rest of that story for me to know.
But so that's what our lobbyists are doing. Right. That's what CW TAR do. And like things, and that's why you want an actual realtor with the logo, because we're the ones putting them like, I can't tell you how much money I've given to RPAC. That is my contribution to fight for the better of all consumers who are selling and buying houses.
Right. Because you want people to make money. Realtors want people to make money on the sale. You don't want to keep all of it, right? You want them to make money so you can make your piece of the money, and then they can use you
just
again.
the other day,
how much repeat business have you had?
A lot. I'll tell you why.
Tammy, I bought 4 houses through the Hickman, the Reed team at Hickman. Because I bought 4 Kevin Clark houses. I bought 4 of them through them. They want my repeat business, right?
Now, if you go to her now, I'm breaking your legs. But but here's the thing. Like just the other day, we have a woman who I had the seller. I had the buyer. She has the seller. And it needs a new roof on the house. Mm-hmm. And in order to make the numbers work, I cut my commission. Even though that wasn't my person, I did it to make it work so my people could get in the house.
Right.
And so everything could be done. And that lady's not walking away with a negative. Okay. I mean, there are good real estate agents out there.
Tons.
Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to do it every single time because that's not always the case. But then just the other day, I bought a $500 stove to make something work. I've bought a $2,000 fridge to make something work. I mean,
termite treatment.
I have actually paid
for a
Southeastern to come and do some moisture treatments and stuff.
They're such good people. Lord, they're great people.
I know.
We love them.
So,
we love them.
There are people who really do want to see the average person win.
Right. But this is not how you do it. You don't put, when people
This is going to hurt us.
When people say, look, for these people coming in, which, again, they're going to pay things like property tax. Yeah. They're going to pay sales tax on items they buy. They're going to pay gasoline tax. They're going to be taxed to death. Alcohol tax.
Grocery tax.
Grocery tax. They're going to be taxed to death. Instead of saying we're going to impose more tax on these potential growth, it should literally say, hey, look, this is going to be a less tax thing because we know once the people get here, it's not like you can shop your government around. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a utility company. You just got one option. If you own the home, you're going to pay tax on it or they are going to come take it. That's it. Those are the only two things that are going to happen. Mm-hmm. Why we would tax that on the front end is just insane. It is insane. I can't believe the state of Tennessee, which we hear all the time, they're in such good shape fiscally. Mm-hmm. They're so smart and responsible. Yeah. What the hell you need more money for?
Yeah. I just think it says a lot to tax the developers who are making it feasible for people to move here. And they're going to take the biggest hit out of it as well. And they're going to pass that cost off to the buyer.
Yep.
And but we're not getting, how can I say this? We're not getting the support we need where the infrastructure is. There needs to be some more grants to come into these cities that are booming, like Haywoods and us. I mean, we need so much sewer and water. There are now in Jackson's defense, there are people looking for those grants and trying to work that out.
Sure.
But unfortunately, it's not just easily and readily available. I mean, I think that would be a much better cost to our state government than some of the other things that we're spending money on.
Exactly.
Because that will turn around and bring in more tax revenue as a whole. We'll have new people.
Right.
It just, to me, 2 + 2 = 4. And right now we're equaling not 4.
It doesn't make any sense. This comes in. Says, who wins the World Baseball Classic? I want to say USA, Team USA. I want to say us because we do have a loaded team, but we lost to the San Francisco Giants. Our loaded team of American All-Stars lost to the Giants, who's a very average MLB team, 5-1 yesterday. I unfortunately am going to say probably either the Dominican or Puerto Rico, but I think the USA could be there. I mean, our lineup is stacked. I don't love our pitching, but our lineup is unbelievable. Julie, this comes in. It says, under the Theodore Roosevelt administration, he removed lobbyists. They were later allowed to be reinstated. Roosevelt thought that they were a deterrent to true democracy.
They can be, but in some areas, like right now,
well, you got to the good ones have to fight the bad.
I mean, if you want to look at it, you can look at it both ways. I mean, the ones that NAR and TAR have hired are checking for your back pocket. Right. The normal American's back pocket right now, and Tennesseans.
What about this, though? If we got rid of all lobbyists, we would not need they'd just be gone, right?
Yes, but no, because think about, it's not, if we get rid of lobbyists, they're going to do it in a different way. Do you know what I'm saying?
They're doing it in different ways now.
Yeah, they're going to take them out on a ship and wine them and dine them and all these things to get something done. And then if you can't hire a company to come counteract, what are you going to do?
You're kind of
money. It's that's catch-22.
They waste our money.
Yeah, it's catch-22.
That's why we need to all
vote.
Vote, but also have an expectation of less government in your life. More freedom equals more responsibility. That means you're more responsible to take care of things yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're more responsible. That's what freedom is. But we all need to band together. It doesn't matter what you believe ideologically. You should never, ever, ever let another man, and I'm being sexist here, person if you want to, you should never let another man take care of your house, right? You should do that yourself.
Another
you
human.
You should want that.
If the word man bothers you, another human.
I grew up with a single mom and I wasn't a man taking care of her house.
Right.
So another person should not take care of your house. That should be your expectation.
Yeah.
It's what big government does.
Yeah.
We spent 2 weeks on legislation. We got made fun of UK and Saturday Night Live. You know, Stephen Colbert, they all had their stuff on it.
Yeah.
About this drag show stuff. And then this legislation here
is just sliding under the framework.
Sliding under. You're telling me that that's coincidental? We're the party. Thank God we live in Tennessee. The bastion, the hope of red state conservatism right here in the state of Tennessee. I'm a conservative. I'm telling you, I don't want to pay more taxes. I'm blown away that my fellow conservatives would consider anything.
The only reason they're considering it is their back pocket.
Anything that would result in additional taxes, because I haven't changed. Every conservative that I know that's ran for public office has said these words. If I ran my business like we run the government, I would be out of business.
Yeah, and you would.
So what happens when they get there? What happens when they want to put stuff like this in? Why is this okay all of a sudden? What happens to these people when they get there that all of a sudden something like this could exist?
I think there becomes a greed factor.
I don't know what it is. Maybe they are privy to information we're not. But guess what? 731-265-6496. Give us a phone call.
Yeah,
Let's all learn together about the new information that would say, we don't have enough tax dollars.
Yeah.
We need
the
more.
most fiscal state in the United States, and we don't have enough money. The most fiscally responsible.
This comes in and says, I just bought a dozen large eggs. Cost $2.39.
That was the joke. Sorry, I didn't mean to say. I didn't think anybody.
I didn't even remember what happened there.
Well, I said eggs are $20.
It's
like
the
joking.
It's the talking point.
It was. Yeah. I'm sorry.
What the hell are you going to do with a dozen large? Are you making a cake? What's going on here? This comes in and says tax the super wealthy and corporations. Cut the heck out of taxes for the middle class, and things would be a lot better for people.
Not true.
In my opinion,
it would take more than the 1% to fix it.
No. I would contend that I would contend that everybody's taxes could get cut, and there should still be plenty of money.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The reason they're never going to tax the super wealthy and the corporations is that's who's the biggest donors.
Right.
So until you kind of, and I hate to use the term drain the swamp because that's kind of become that, Trump tinfoil wearing type of thing.
Yeah.
But until you do, these things aren't going to change. I mean, look at all the flack Tucker Carlson's getting for releasing those videos on January 6th. I mean,
but he's disingenuous. He's the same guy that said he hated Donald Trump and he's ready for him to get out of there. Now he's kissing his butt again because Trump's numbers are skyrocketing.
Yeah, but still, I mean, there's just what I'm trying to say is that whole world is another world, and if they're not going to. They are moved by money. That's why Tucker Carlson does this, that, and another, just like everybody else. It's not going to happen until we get rid of these people.
We got to expect you pay right now, the average person, unless you're smart, unless you're worth, hundreds of millions and like you've incorporated your entire life, you've LLC'd your entire life. Most of us out there pay around 52 to 55% of every dollar we make to some form or fashion. Payroll tax, sales tax, federal income tax, repurpose tax. Businesses like ours, right? We're one of these evil corporations. We had to pay $2,200 to Madison County for a desk I bought 15 years ago and chairs, stuff in our office. This excise use tax, it's theft.
Yeah.
We have thieves. And it doesn't matter which one looks at you in the face and says, I've got to protect you and your children, your family.
You just went Bill Clinton.
They all go up there and they don't give a darn. Man, I want to say the word damn. I want to say damn, but I'm not going to. They don't give a darn about you or what they told you.
No, they get in there and it just changes.
You cannot be okay with more taxes. Thank God we live in Tennessee, where they're only doing this to us. Imagine if we lived somewhere else. And
California.
Right. And what they would be doing. Hold on the phone lines. This is a very short break. We have to take it. I get to all up in my feelings and I get behind on breaks.
We're going to have prayer while y'all are gone.
We're coming right back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
And now, some big news from WINN. The new February instant games from the Tennessee Lottery have arrived. Now, for some bigger news, there are 4 new exciting games to choose from. And now, for our biggest news yet, you could win a top prize of $5 million.
Make a break for fun today with February Instant Games, only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
Hey, you know it's a leap year, right?
No, the next leap year isn't until 2024.
Nope, it's this year. I can prove it. Here, play this new instant game from the Tennessee Lottery.
Okay. Woohoo! I won!
See what you did there?
I jumped up and down?
No, that was a leap.
Don't miss your chance to jump for joy this February with our newest instant games. You could win up to $5 million. The Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
When I think that the truth is gonna hurt you, and I don't know why you couldn't just stay with me. You couldn't stand to be near me when my face don't seem to wanna shine, 'cause it's a little bit dirty.
Love it. Still my favorite Matchbox 20 song.
It's the best album, but the best song is Hang.
Hang's a good. I mean, they're all good.
I love it.
All good. Welcome back into Walker Talks. It's a very exciting show so far.
Yeah.
We've gotten a little
drama.
A little drama, but that's good. We like that. You know how we like that? These things affect you out there. This is every Tennessean, every single Tennessean. We all know we need more homes, right? If you have a home, that's great. But surely you care enough about your fellow people, your fellow Tennesseans, to say, man, I'd love for them to have a home one day too. I have children. You may have children. You probably want those children out of your house one day. That's going to be really hard to happen. It's going to be really hard if they don't have a home to go to.
Yeah.
We need more homes.
Yeah. Think about the tax being imposed on like residential development as in apartments.
Yeah.
Like how big that's going to be. Exactly. And how expensive that's going to make rent.
And then all of it, exactly. Because these things aren't going to stop.
So you're kind of getting screwed whether you're buying or not.
They are going to impose these taxes back on people. We got some text to get to, but somebody's nice enough to hold through the break. Our CWA call-in number is 731-265-6496 if you want to get in and yell. Our advanced rehab text line is 731-800-8398. Good morning. Welcome in.
Is there any kind of a mathematical formula that goes with the more this country goes in debt? Like I think it's 33 trillion now.
30? No. We're at 32. We paid $1 trillion off. We're only at 32 now. It's time to go on a vacation.
Yeah. All right. The more we go in debt, the richer our politicians get.
I'm sure there's a correlation somewhere.
You reckon how accurate that would be?
How what?
What'd you say?
What'd you say, Bull?
Reckon how accurate it would be, like 32 trillion in debt, and Nancy Pelosi made $160 million, in inside trading, and who knows what she got under the table.
Well, you got to start looking instead of just these politicians. These politicians are really small potatoes compared to these large companies that are backing them. Right? I forget some of the name of them. Help me out there, because I know you're listening. There are some companies out there. It's not Vanguard, because Vanguard's a real estate, but there are some big companies out there.
Vanguard is like 401k and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but
too,
they do real estate. But I'm talking about, this is military. They make money making munitions, making weaponry, advanced weaponry, things like that, selling it to the U.S. government, selling it to the Pentagon. Those companies are the ones making hundreds of billions of dollars, right, for the whole company. And they do sell some stuff, but you're talking about insane amounts of money.
So the richer they get, the richer the politicians
get.
Right,
but at a slower clip. But yes, everybody, the high tides raise all ships, so to speak.
The more the country goes in debt, the richer those two things get.
Well, I think that's kind of the bottom line of everything that we've really been talking about today. That they start saying that they're going to do this and that, and then they get in there and it's like they change and they tax, but at the end of the day, their pockets are getting bigger and they're paying less taxes.
Here we go. Here's the company I was trying to think of the name of, and I couldn't do it. Lockheed Martin. It's the world's largest defense company and the U.S. government's largest contractor.
Boeing? I didn't realize Boeing got that much off of it.
Yep.
Makes sense, though.
Yep.
Because they're number 2.
It's insane, Bull.
I can understand, like, a politician leaves here and goes to Washington. I kind of understand what happens, because the way I can judge it, I used to date girls that were in high school when I was a kid, and you go home at 11 o'clock at night, pretty good. When they go to college and come back home at Christmas, and it's the first time you've seen them since they left, when they come back home at Christmas, they're drinking PGA and Kool-Aid and just want to stay drunk all the time. They completely change, when they're around people that do that all the time. And I guess
I get it.
You go
I
to
get what
Washington,
you're saying. But everybody changes. I mean, I don't get too upset with that, because everybody changes, but you can't go on the premise. You can't go on the premise of saying things like, we are the party of less taxes, more freedom, and then get there, and then like something like this, allow this to pass. How are you okay with that? How is that anything else? Like, I understand that, because there's a thing in college that's called exposure. Okay, you are exposed to new things, right? That's why you may come back and you may act differently. There's also development that happens with you as a human being as you get older, right? Your willingness to experiment in college is a lot higher than your willingness to experiment at 50, okay? So there are certain things that happen to the human body in college. We don't send, there's a reason we don't send 18-year-olds to Nashville, right? Unless it's a beta convention. There's a reason we don't. These excuses, I can't allow these excuses. I don't sign off on them.
Well, what I'm trying to say, when you send somebody to a college, they're going to, some of the guys I knew that went to college started selling drugs. They started selling mushrooms and cocaine and all that, and then the girls go nuts over PGA.
Mm-hmm.
So if we know that if you go someplace...
What kind of girls you hanging out with drinking PGA punch?
I mean, we are from Crockett County now.
I mean, I'm trying to get a
so
beer.
Anyway, if we know that humans will make a 180 on their way they act, I'm sure that the lobbyists and the big companies in Washington that want to buy our politicians know that, and they make conditions suitable in Washington to where you go up there a pretty good guy. Next thing you know, you're a multimillionaire, and they jump through the hoops they have to jump through to get the good deals.
We need term limits everywhere. That's for sure. But even that's not going to 100% do away with it. But we got to start somewhere.
You know how you can be. You're not even religious, but if somebody can drag you into a church while you're in that church most of the time you'll refrain from cursing. You might even go without alcohol on your breath. You'll pretend to fit in for that 2 hours. When you go to Washington, you're up there for 4 years. You're going to get rich if you're a politician.
It happens way too often. I know that. I mean, I can't say that every one of them gets rich, but there certainly are a lot of them that do.
So is that what's going on? Humans so weak. I mean, it's like they're saying in the Bible, the spirit's strong, but the body has to go to sleep. I don't think the spirit's strong anymore. I think that our fellows are for sale up there, and we do send kids up there. That's how Bill Clinton got a girlfriend in the Oval Office.
Yeah, but she wasn't elected. She wasn't elected president. You got to be, was it 35 or 38? You got to be some guy. Bull, clear this up. Because this comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. I knew what you meant when you said this, but just for the sake of accuracy, it says Bull dates high school girls. You meant when you were in high school, right?
If somebody has such a low IQ that they got to ask that, there's no reason to answer because they won't get the answer right.
No reason to dignify it with a response. Bull meant he dated high school girls when he was in elementary school. He was a fifth grader. That's what
I said was when I was a kid.
Yes, you did say that. I know you did, Bull. This comes in. This was talking about I just bought eggs for $2.39 a dozen. And this one comes in. It says what the texter meant to say was I just bought a dozen eggs for $2.39 a month for 12 months. That makes more sense. You had to finance them out. I agree. This says trust but verify. I think Jeff Bezos makes about $150,000 per minute. Tax him. But the thing about it is his companies does. He's probably insulated himself with LLCs and corporations. He probably, his companies that he owns probably make that, but he's probably insulated himself where he's not taxed at that high of a clip. That's what real rich people do. They can do whatever they want in their corporations, because they own them. They own the plane, they put, write off the gas that they put in the plane and all that. But on paper, it doesn't say Jeff Bezos' plane. It may say Amazon or something like that, something incorporated. That's what the real players do.
I'll make this prediction. The further you go back in the past, the easier it was to get good food in your stores and hauled around America.
Mm-hmm.
Today will be better than what it's going to be next year and 10 years from now. It's going to keep getting worse because nobody wants to do farm work. It's going out of style fast.
What about machines?
And the farm work and stuff.
Don't we have machines that can plant? I know we have these machines that can practically drive themselves. You just got to have somebody in there just to make sure it doesn't run in a ditch or whatever. But do we have machines that can, dig a hole and plant?
We've got it. What I'm saying is it's going to be hard to get that person that drives that machine. I mean, it's already next to nobody doing it, and you lose half of that.
Do you have to have a person in there to drive it? Do we not have the technology where it can drive itself? Julie, I don't know if you heard about this in Bull, but there was a report. I think Ford Motor Company may be the first one to do this. But, you go out and you buy a new, Lincoln Navigator, for example, okay? Mm-hmm. You buy a Lincoln Navigator, you got to finance through Ford, okay? Mm-hmm. Through computer chips, there's somebody who's trying to get the patent on it. If you're late on a couple of payments, it can drive itself to the actual repo man. They're trying to have it where the car could leave you and drive itself to the repo man. Where the repo man, because everybody always backs up and in the parking spot and all that, trying to be all I'm gonna trick the repo
incognito.
Man. Yeah, incognito. They can actually do. Well, supposedly they can actually do that. So if we can have a Lincoln Navigator driving itself down the road to the repo man's house, how come we can't have a tractor just run itself? Because we're almost there, aren't we?
Well, our tractors do drive themselves, but you got to have somebody in there to turn the thing around at the ends.
Well, I'm just saying, we got to be getting close to have it turn itself around at the end. If we can have the Navigator, hang a left
all
on
the
Wiley
way.
Park.
Yeah.
Anyway, as crazy as prices are now, tires, fertilizer is, diesel, equipment, as much money as the people that are still working. See, I'm 61, and I'm a young guy in farming.
Ooh, baby girl.
I'm one of the young guys. And, there's some people that's 30 that was born into it,
Right.
There's very few people that's in farming now
that just needed a job to get into it. It's hard work.
But when my people die out, people that 60 and 50 die out, there's not going to be anybody wanting to come and do this kind of work. Is what I'm trying to say. It's like who's going to feed America 20 years from now?
I don't know. I'm not
You're
sure.
Going to be looking
at
people that. You're going to be looking at people that have to be on the cell phone texting a girl all the time, or they can't live.
I don't text girls.
Maybe you can get into farming, Julie. She sounds like a prime candidate.
I'll ride that tractor. I'll tear it up. What we getting? Cotton, corn, what? I'll help.
Well, what you're saying is not that ridiculous. See, back in the day when I was younger, it was hard to get people to work at the cotton gins if they were Americans. And so they tried to use just women, because men are always going and getting drunk and getting in jail. And if a guy can get with a woman at night, he's going to get with her instead of going to work in the morning.
That makes sense.
It's real hard. It's real hard to turn down a woman at night.
I think there's women like that too, though.
Yeah.
Well, the cotton gins out here hired women only for 2 straight years. When you went to a cotton gin, everybody working there was female, to see if they could keep the gins running that way. That also failed. But then they went to Mexican labor.
Well, do what we got to do.
That's the truth.
All I know is I better have my country fried steak. That's all I'm saying. I don't care who grows it. I don't care what field it pops out of. That's what I'm saying. Bull, you have a great day, my brother. We got to sneak a break in. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Phone number 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by WorkCare Resources and Newstalk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services: stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Just a few minutes before the top of the hour, almost lunchtime for everybody out there. Hope you're hungry. Hope you have a good lunch. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says there were times before GMO crops came out, we would have 3 out of 5 people not come into work because of women and booze, drugs, whatever. Hard to get a crop in when you can't get help. My dad said if you have to have 2 people hired to have 1 come in, that's another ratio. Yeah, we've done it to ourselves. It's the same way with a lot of restaurants, these big chain restaurants and stuff like that. Like, I feel sorry for them. I do. It's why when you go into some fast food places now, you see the little digital board where you got to order on and stuff. There's not enough people in the back to make it. I hate it. I don't know what it means for us, but we got to do something. I don't know how we get these people to work. Right now, there's 7 million people. This is according to Mike Rowe. 7 million people in America not looking for work. 7 million. We've got around 350 million.
I don't.
That's a lot of people not.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a lot of independent wealth.
Yeah, I don't
enough
know
to where you don't do anything.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if this just seems an insanely large number.
Some people will say, you know what? We refuse to work for these low wages. Other people will say, well, they're just lazy. Too much of a government handout. I don't know. If you are, then these are able-bodied people. This isn't counting people on disability and stuff like that, which is another discussion. Like, is everybody on disability really disabled? Nothing is more frustrating to me. I saw this at the gym 2 days ago. I was walking out of the gym, and this car comes up just thumping, the trunk rattling.
Yeah.
With a very well-able-bodied person, much younger than me, who was about to go work out. They were driving a car that had handicap tags on it. I don't care if it's grandma's car. If grandma's not in there, park it somewhere else. Don't park in the handicap spot and be a jerk. That's extremely frustrating when you see that. Saw that yesterday morning. I remember thinking, what a punk. What an absolute punk. So yeah, there's people who could work who don't. We know that. But we don't know that they're all receiving government benefits. I've never, ever heard politicians talking about we're going to audit the benefit. I mean, I heard them say it like when they're trying to get elected. But looking into these abuse situations, I don't hear them say that once they get in office. That doesn't gain any traction.
I think the only one that actually did, and I hate to say it, was Trump.
Yeah, well, he did a lot of stuff that he said he would do.
Yep.
That's why a lot of people like him so much.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't perfect, but he did a lot of stuff he said he was going to do. Bob Ney will tell you. Trump's the only one who ever did what he said he was going to do when it came to China. The only one. Not Bush, not Clinton, not the other Bush, not Obama. Trump, not Biden.
Yep.
Yeah. None of those others really did what they said they were going to do when it came to China, but Trump did. And Trump is soaring again in the polls. I don't know if you've seen it. He is pulling away from DeSantis. In the beginning, DeSantis had a lead over Trump. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what's changed. I don't know what it is, but Trump is pulling away from DeSantis in the polls right now. I don't know what that means. It's still early. But, Trump's one of these guys that he gets momentum. He doesn't necessarily lose it. You're listening to Walker Talks. Got to take the top of the hour news. We'll come back with the last hour. Get in with us. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text number. 731-800-8398.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits last week jumped by the most in 5 months. The Labor Department says applications rose by 21,000 to 211,000 from 190,000 the previous week. It was the first time in 8 weeks the claims came in above 200,000. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw testified at a Senate hearing and apologized for the train derailment and the hazard chemicals have had on East Palestine, Ohio. He pledged his company was determined to, quote, make it right. Meanwhile, Senate Environment and Public Works Committee Chairman Tom Carper says the lack of transparency from Norfolk Southern in the early stages of the derailment was troubling.
We're told
that the company's failure to communicate directly includes information given to some first responders who were under the impression that only one car would be vented and burned rather than 5.
Senator Tom Carper. Also at townhall.com, Russia unleashing a massive rocket attack that hit critical infrastructure as well as residential buildings in 10 different regions of Ukraine overnight.
Officials reported several deaths in the largest nighttime attack on the country in 3 weeks. A day earlier, Ukrainian soldiers rested on the front line in Chasiv Yar in the Bakhmut region as explosions sounded in the background. After a long day of firing at enemy positions, one Ukrainian soldier told the AP, "Bakhmut is important for us. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't be fighting for it. This is our land." The city of Konstantinivka in the Donetsk region riled from the aftermath of heavy bombardment overnight as residents sifted through the debris. I'm Karen Chamas.
Down on Wall Street, the Dow is up fractionally. The Nasdaq ahead 15 points. More at townhall.com.
We're entering a time of increasing hostility against people of faith, a time when Christians are going to be tested on a moral and physical and financial basis, unlike any other time in our lifetime. I'm Lance Wallnau, Christian author, evangelical leader, here to remind you that you have to take action to protect and steward what God has given you. For example, record high inflation is going to continue to eat away at the dollar, and the savings of your retirement account is in danger. Fortunately, God does provide a way. To protect your retirement, I recommend diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Now, to see how it works, just text the word faith to 989898. That'll give you access to a free info kit on gold IRAs. There are no strings attached, so text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 right now, and I pray your family is blessed with peace of mind because you took action.
A collision between a passenger bus and train in Lagos, Nigeria, leaving 3 people dead.
Social media videos from the scene show the mangled wreckage of the bus hanging off the side of the train tracks. A train is still nestled into its flank with huge crowds of people surrounding the accident site. The authorities have pulled out all of the passengers and taken the bodies of those who were killed to the mortuary. The bus was carrying civil servants to work, and the train shuttled commuters from the outskirts of Lagos into the city. Over the past 5 years, the railway network into Lagos has significantly expanded, but many crossings don't have basic safety features like gates.
BBC correspondent Maini Jones. A Philippine search team guided by sniffer dogs has found the wreckage of a single-engine plane that crashed on a mountain more than a month ago, and confirmed that all 6 people on board were dead. Rains, wind, and rough weather hampered the weeks-long search. Breaking news at townhall.com. Tennessee lawmakers want to limit the scope of the federal government in their state.
2 Republican lawmakers in Tennessee are introducing a measure that would allow the state legislature to nullify any federal action it deems unconstitutional. They're calling it the Restoring State Sovereignty Through Nullification Act. The measure would allow the General Assembly to nullify a federal statute, regulation, agency order, or executive order. If passed, the bill would take effect immediately. Tasha Stevens reporting.
Peterson saw a monumental Navajo Nation leader who guided the tribe through a politically tumultuous era and worked tirelessly to correct wrongdoings against Native Americans has died. Zah died late Tuesday at a hospital in Fort Defiance, Arizona after a lengthy illness. He was 85. Zah first elected president of the Navajo Nation in 1990. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond.
Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today,
The Mid-South Prodigy, Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous, Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing
They
details.
say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Well, the truth, well, it hurts to say. I'm gonna pack up my bags and I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna split, I can't stand it. I'm gonna give it up and quit, ain't never coming back. Girl, but before I get to going, I got to say, I know you used to love me, but that was yesterday. And the truth, I won't fight it. When the love starts burning, you got to do what's right. Whoa, lover, 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 you don't treat me no good no more. Whoa, lover, 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 you don't treat me no good no more. Well, the truth, yeah, it hurts to say. I'm gonna pack up my bags and I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna split, I can't stand it. I'm gonna give it up and quit, ain't never coming back. Girl, but before I get to going, I got to say, there was a time, oh woman, when you used to shake it for me. But now, all you do is just treat me cold. Ain't gonna take it no more, gonna walk out the door. Lover, 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 you don't treat me no good no more.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Finally, your lunch hour. Probably, right? Probably your lunch hour. I would imagine so. 12:09 here on a dreary Thursday. We're going to take you all the way to 1 o'clock, 1 to 4, Dave Ramsey. 4 to 6, Dan Reeves Show. But at 5:30, being preempted by Southside. Southside is taking on, oh, heck. Who is it they're taking on? They're taking on somebody. They're going to beat them. They're going to play today. Then I expect them and South Gibson to meet up at the state championship. South Side is 4-0 against South Gibson so far this year. But I expect them to meet up in the state championship game on Saturday. Go Hawks, go Hornets, go West Tennessee teams as you're playing in Murfreesboro. And Julie, this comes in on our advanced Rehab text line, number 731-800-8398. Says, what are y'all's thoughts on restoring state sovereignty bill going on through the state legislature right now? You familiar with this bill?
Very, very little, but I'm about to go ahead and just pull it up.
Me too. On the premise, the libertarian influenced side of me is going to say that that's a good thing. States' rights are always a good thing, right? I don't know exactly what this bill says. On the face of it, I'm going to say, yes, good idea. Tennessee needs to have states' rights. All states need to have states' rights because you hear people say stupid things all the time. One of the things that you hear people say is, I'm going to move. I'm going to leave the U.S. Okay, are you, though? Where are you really going?
Yeah.
Do you have the money to leave the U.S. if person X is elected or this other person is elected? The answer is probably no, unless you're one of the select few. The answer is no, you don't have the money to do that. But if you could leave here and go to Mississippi or go to wherever else, you could do those things. That's easier said than done, or easier to do than say you're leaving the U.S. Go ahead, Julie. What'd you find?
I think there's some areas that I would have liked for them to be able to say, we're not doing that, especially during COVID when those federal laws passed. So to me, there's some things that I'm like, okay, yes, I could see why we would want this, but then the back end of my head creeps in and it's like, okay, this is going to make it even more important for the rest of our state to vote. And what if people get in that I don't really like?
Well,
then I'm going to be like, ugh.
Sometimes that happens at a national level, though.
It's kind of one of those, it's another one of those catch-22s, but there are areas where I think it could come in and it'd be great, and then I think it could come in and it could be terrible. I think it really depends on your confidence with who's sitting at our state level right now. And some of it I'm confident in. Some of it, y'all, I am not. I'm like, ugh, why are we doing this?
Why are we wasting
money on this? Why are we wasting time on this?
Efforts.
Why are we making a spectacle of ourselves? Let's roll on, get over it, grow up. And then there's parts of me that's like, well, this could be good though. If we did this, I think it would have been nice that when it became mandated that that Medicaid wouldn't pay out if your full staff was not vaccinated. I would have liked to have been able to see things like this come into play and be like, hey, no, we're not doing that.
Well, but could they overrule Medicaid? That's a federal dollar coming in.
If it gives them the right to change
it, let's learn about it together.
There's a possibility, or even just the whole mandate of everybody being vaccinated. If you've got this many employees or this and that, there's things about it that I like that this would have come through.
This is from the TennesseeConservativeNews.com. It says this article was penned January 31st of 2023. It says federal government's pandemic response inspires Tennessee state rights bill. Representative Bud Hulsley, who is from Kingsport District 2, has introduced a revamped version of a states' rights bill that was proposed in 2022. As introduced, House Bill 0726 enacts the Restoring State Sovereignty Through Nullification Act to better verify the constitutionality of actions taken by the federal government. Last year, Senator Janice Bowling of Tullahoma, a Republican, proposed a shorter bill to do the same thing as Representative Hulsey's current proposal. However, that Senate bill did not make it through the 2022 legislative session. At the time, Senator Bowling noted many overreaches of the federal government made in the name of COVID-19. And told the Tennessee Conservative that the legislation sponsors felt good about getting the bill passed during the 2023 legislative session. The basic premise for this legislation is outlined in Section 7 of the current bill, which states, bills must be passed with both House and Congress and then approved by the president or a presidential veto by Congress. This is the only method of lawmaking under the Constitution of the United States. contrary to popular opinion, federal executive orders, federal agency rules and regulations, and federal court opinions are not laws. And they are certainly not settled law or the supreme law of the land. The language then goes on to clarify that any action by the executive branch or the judicial branch that purports to be law or that purports to be treated as law is a usurpation of powers not delegated to it. However, it remains quite common for the federal executive branch to venture outside of the powers it is granted by the Constitution. Alongside a horizontal separation of powers across the different branches of the federal government, there's also a vertical separation of powers detailed in Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. This means there's also an important separation of power between the federal and state governments. According to the First Amendment, U.S. Congress was specifically denied certain lawmaking powers, and the federal government was specifically denied powers not delegated to it in the Constitution of the United States. Ultimately, House Bill 0726 would set up a process in which the governor of Tennessee could, by executive order, nullify action taken by the federal government through undue power. So there we go. I think that's a good thing. I think, like we said in the very beginning, we were set up to have a lot of states' rights. And I think our forefathers had the right idea. It's easier to move from one area to another, one state to another, than it would be to go from one country to another. We're not all really going to live in Belize.
No.
We act like we are.
I mean,
and I would like to, but we're
think
not.
about all those rich celebrities that were like, oh, if Trump gets in, I'm out.
Yeah.
Rosie O'Donnell, Miley Cyrus. But guess what? They did not leave.
Of course not.
None of them.
They're not making the same money in Belize.
No.
This comes in and says, what was the title of the song about missing bad times from the good old days? Yeah, that's called Marlboro Man is the name of that song. Marlboro Man. That's a really good song. I might play it again on the way out because I enjoy that song. I guess it's a new song, but it's a new song that I like. All right, no, I'm not reading that. You can care less for the state, but you're going to end up in jail, player. Caring less than what the state suggests could land you arrested. You could be arrested. This comes in, it says, what about Asherah? I know in the movies they are letting women being the superhero. It happened used to happen in religion too. Okay, well, good. Yeah, there's a new movie on Netflix where the lady who plays in that murder thing, How to Get Away with Murder, Viola Davis, I think's her name.
Oh,
she's the hero in that.
Yeah,
it looks cool.
yeah.
I haven't seen it, but she's in an African tribe or whatever, and she kind of takes over the tribe. She's a superhero. Yeah, that's cool. I think it's a good thing.
I want to be a superhero. I want to be a political superhero.
A political?
Yeah.
Who are those? Let's list those people out loud. Who are the political superheroes?
I know who I think was one, but I don't know if I'm going to share it because I'm sure I will get all kind of slack and hate.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what politics is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can take it.
Yeah. Yeah, there have been some. I really, really like what President Trump did on a lot of things. Some things I thought, too much. But I like the way he dealt with China. I think Bob Nate's 100% spot on with that. China.
I still, every time I think about it, I just laugh at how he said it.
He was funny. He was funny when it came to that. I like the way that the same thing we all knew, that this came from China in a lab out of Wuhan, and he started saying that 6 minutes after people started getting sick.
Yeah, and they were all like, no, you're being racist. And he was like, no, I'm not. It came from China. The China virus.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of those things. I like a lot of what I read about JFK. I'm not talking about him dating Marilyn Monroe and all that. Was he a player? Yeah, he was probably a player.
I think there has to be, I think when somebody is truly going to make a difference, they're going to say things that people are not going to like because they're going to throw that political correctness out the window and they're just going to be real.
Yeah.
And as much as we all say we want people to just be real, just be real. When you are, they can't handle it.
One of everyone's favorite words now to use is narcissist. You've had a bad friendship, friend's a narcissist. You had a bad breakup, your ex-boyfriend, girlfriend's a narcissist.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, the other person's a narcissist. Okay? Narcissist. It happens all the time.
Have you Googled the narcissist,
no
things about I can, there
it's
are times in my life,
world,
I can be like, well, of course, yeah, I did that. I mean, that's not a core thing about me, but in a situation I was in, you can manipulate it to look that way.
It's like going to a palm
I've never
reader.
been called a narcissist.
It's what palm readers do to you. Or tarot card readers. They give you very generic information.
Yeah, like
where
you'll
it can
find
be
somebody you
applicable.
love, and then you're like, oh, I met this boy. I'm with you.
Applicable to anything.
I stay away from that stuff because I'm so scared of stuff like that. And plus, I don't want anybody to ruin my surprise. I want to be just as surprised as the next person. I mean, on the daily,
let you in on surprise. They can't ruin it. That's not real.
Well, and on the daily, I mean, I'm surprised sometimes by what comes out of my mouth just as much as the next person.
Exactly.
So I like the element of surprise.
It's something that, I mean, come on. You know for sure. You absolutely know for sure. They don't know the future. Because if they did know the future, they would be buying lotto tickets. They wouldn't be in a sketch part of town working out of their living room with curtains hanging
There
out.
was a woman in Jackson that a lot of people went to, and she passed away from COVID. That was, and I always thought, well, if you could predict the future,
why didn't you not go outside that day?
Yeah, I just, it's just one of those things that if you could, and then she had all these hardships and terrible things that had happened in life. Well, then if you knew they were coming, why didn't you get around them?
Yeah, they don't know.
Because if I had that ability, I promise you there's some things I definitely would not have done that, at the time I thought were great for me. And then I look back and I'm like, well, you were stupid.
There are things that will make me immediately quit listening to your argument. One of those things is saying X is a narcissist. I mean, it's stop. That's everybody now. It's so overblown. I'm just going to quit listening to your argument. Now, I'm about to use the word narcissist. I am going to say this only in a political sense or any real leadership sense. You have to be very confident in yourself and in your belief system in order to not be swayed from it at all if you are going to do what you say. And that could be from a leadership position or being a political leader like Trump was. Did he have narcissistic tendencies and characteristics? Yes, but so do you. So do you out there. So do I.
Yeah, everybody does.
It's such a wide brush. So you can be like, oh, well, what about, yes, he does, but so do you. You do too, okay? Just believe it. I don't, But did that help him, in fact, do what he said he was going to do? Because he could not be moved off of his opinion, off of his thought, off of what he knew to be or thought was right. He was not going to be influenced by other people. So in a way, did that ego help him? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
I think it very well could have.
I think so.
Because that ego is what, made him act the way he did with China and I'm not even going to try to butcher the guy from Korea. But I mean, that
Kim Jong-un?
Yep. I'm about to sneak.
God bless.
Loins? But I mean,
I think it could help you stay on course for some things. I also think I like the idea of a business person, male or female, someone who's had great success in the private world, being in charge of our country a lot more so now than somebody like Mitch McConnell. He has been in the government he is a lifetime government employee. I don't think he would be a very good president. Same reason I don't think Joe Biden has been a very good president. They have not had success outside of politics. I want to see someone who has had success. I'm not saying that everybody that is president from now on needs to be a billionaire, but I think you need to have success in the private world before you become the leader of the free world.
And I do think that some of the reasons why Candace Owen and DeSantis and all these people have taken such a quick following is because they've kind of followed suit with that very outspoken, Ben Shapiro, it just is what it is. Matt Walsh, you're seeing these people. And even if you want to get down to it on the other side, you've got
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, and AOC, and they pretty much say whatever they think, and that's why they've been so pushed up. And Nancy Pelosi, so there's almost this, beginning of people saying, okay, this is who I am, this is what I'm going to be, da-da-da-da, I'm not sorry. And people on both sides are really liking that presence.
They are, and maybe we really need to break this thing before we can fix it.
Maybe.
I'm of the belief system that the further you get away from the middle, and I'm not, and look, the middle doesn't mean men going to women's bathrooms. That's not the middle. That's the opposite of the middle. But the further we get away from that, the more dangerous it becomes, right? I think that, but maybe that's what we have to do, though. Maybe we have to blow this whole thing up.
Or why can't we find somebody who is in the middle, a positive of both sides that's just as, can I say ballsy?
Possibly.
Just as upfront and like non-wavering, just this is where I'm at and this is what, I tell people all the time. Yeah, I am conservative to the hilt, especially when it comes about money. But on social issues, I'm not that like.
It's a libertarian line to say you're fiscally conservative and socially liberal.
Yeah, I think that we have wasted so much money on drag queens when in reality we need to be looking at the people who are hurting children every day that are at their church or in their family.
Their food.
It's just we're cherry picking.
Yeah. Let's do the hard stuff. Let's talk about fentanyl.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how many people that kills.
Amen.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's do the hard lifting.
And
let's not do the easy lifting.
Yeah, that's just.
Let's do the hard lifting.
Yeah. If we're gonna make a difference, let's make a difference.
That's much tougher to dig to the bottom of. I think you could fit every child in the state of Tennessee who's been to a drag show in the back of an El Camino. This is a no problem. This is a no
maybe
problem
in the back
thing.
of a Pinto even.
Yeah, this is a no problem bill. But our taxes could go up.
Yeah.
Taxes could go up. You guys good with that? This is what they were doing when you were fighting amongst yourselves
over silly stuff.
Non-existent things. Non-existent problems.
Yeah. Or while they were fighting over that guy was being sentenced to 45 years in prison for sexually molesting, exploiting, and
truly
grooming children.
Truly grooming.
Yeah, out of a church.
Yeah, truly grooming.
And I'm for church, so I'm not banging the church. No. I'm just let's be real.
But let's really say the
truth.
Let's
take the mask off.
There can be bad people in any walk of life.
There's bad people every single where.
Every single way. And bad people are really good at getting themselves in situations like that.
Think about when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees and said it would be harder for them to get into heaven because of their self-righteousness. I'm just saying.
We got bills in Tennessee legislature that could increase taxes on new construction. Could increase taxes. New construction, business and potentially residential. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. They get plenty of your money. You give them enough money. You know what this is? This is your uncle that you really used to have a good time with every Thanksgiving. And when you turned 16, he'd probably let you drink a couple of beers. You'd hang out with him in the driveway. This is your uncle.
Not my uncle.
As soon as you started working, wanted to borrow money. He needed to borrow money for more alcohol, more drugs, whatever it is. He'd hit you up with money. Hey, I need a little more. I'm going to get my feet right. I'm going to get you paid back. This is what your government's doing. Your government is your drunk uncle at Thanksgiving that is hitting you up for money. They're reminding you of the good times. Hey, you remember when I let you have a natty light at Thanksgiving outside in Grandma's driveway? They're reminding you of the good times. Your drunk uncle doesn't need any more money. Tell our state legislators they don't need any more money. Do a better job with the money that we have. With the money we've given you. Do better with that. You don't need more. You don't need more. You need less. You've got plenty of our money.
Be a good steward. of your money.
That sounds almost biblical.
It is.
Look at there.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today.
Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join John, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Women's Night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional Showdown and secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT 500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Born guitar ringer, kind of a clinger to sad old songs. I'm not a walk behind. I'm a new note finder, but my name's a reminder of a blues man that's already gone. So I started drinking, took things that messed up my thinking. I was sure sinking when you came along. I was alone in the hot lights, not too much left inside, but she changed all that in one night when she sang me this song. Hey baby, I love you.
That was so down.
Oh man,
And depressing.
That's such a good song. That's the Blues Man by Hank, baby. Hank Jr. Gosh, I love that song. Some of his best work. You have a hard time getting people upset about Hank Williams Jr. in this town. Although I did hear a long time ago that he had gotten banned from performing in Jackson, or maybe the Civic Center or something. I think he got drunk and acted foolish, maybe. I don't know. Surely they would get rid of that ban. Hank, you can come back.
Come on, Hank.
You can come back if you want. This comes in. Interesting perspective, because I've seen this argued before. Said, what happened to the Memphis basketball player, Ja Morant? Is he not allowed to express himself? You are what you are. Why does he have to pretend to be something else? Well, what's the inference of what he is? Number one.
Did you see where the Colorado Police Department said they're not going to do anything because they didn't see it? There were nothing called. There was
insufficient evidence.
Yeah. Nobody called them. There was no scene, no crime. Da 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 da.
The problem that Ja has is in like the NBA, you can't have a gun on a plane. So the question comes in, did someone give him that gun in the club that he was holding like really oddly? Or did he bring it himself? If he brought it himself, therein lies his trouble.
I think
but
he'll
if
get out of
anybody
it.
around Ja is like, hey man, just tell him it was my gun, that I brought it and you were holding it like a dummy. He's out for 4 more games. I think he comes back before the playoffs. That's my guess. This comes in. At this point, I would just settle for someone who could read a teleprompter and walk upstairs.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
It is hard for our president to walk up those stairs to the plane. I don't know how much it would cost the taxpayers to get him like an escalator.
Or just get a lift put on it, one of those little hover rounds that rides up the stairs.
Like those old people things.
Remember that one where he was talking on something, almost fell off the stage because he wasn't looking where he was going?
Mm-hmm. This comes in and says, let's talk about Jimmy Carter being elected one of our founding fathers. Hamilton, I believe, suggests that a president be elected for life. He will still be president, not Reagan. No Bush, no Clinton, no Obama, no Trump, no Biden. This is wild to think about. So Alexander Hamilton suggested that a president should be elected for life. That means at the moment, even though I think Jimmy Carter's health is declining, he would
hospice
still
was
be
called in on Jimmy Carter.
He would still be the president. Wow. That would not be good news.
No.
Would not be good news.
That would be terrible.
I don't think that would be a good idea. I'm glad they didn't go with that.
Heck no.
You know
Could you
how it
imagine
is,
him
though?
getting like dementia and just like making up stuff? Alzheimer's and just like being nuts. No.
Some people think
no.
we're already there. This comes in and says, this is the kind of nonsense you hear on the radio. There are bad people everywhere. Nothing makes any sense. And if you want to know what else you should be afraid of and who you should be mad at, keep listening. By yourself, by yourself.
If you think you can do better.
No, he knows he can't.
And can keep viewers and go ahead. Go ahead. Get your own podcast.
That would be interesting. I think he does have his own podcast.
I wonder how many people are watching it.
I know who's not. I can't tell you who is. I can only tell you who's not.
Yeah.
Me. Yeah, I'm not.
You know,
I'm out on that.
I find it funny when people say stuff like that because it's like, if you think you can do better and you've got
you can do
outstanding view that is just going to change the world, that is doable, that's doable and truly better for mankind, then why are you wasting your potential?
And we don't want to be negative. I mean, sometimes some shows, you do talk about problems.
We've talked about problems today.
We talked about problems that could be happening. This is the real world stuff. This isn't like money is fake. You don't owe the government anything. The government's not real. It was outlawed in 1776. Like none of that is real, right?
I mean,
normal people don't believe in that.
Value has been since the creation. I mean, value and currency, it's just been different forms. So because we have a green paper and some quarters and stuff doesn't mean that it's not real.
I think we are going to have a problem with some of our currency, depending on what you believe. If you look into this BRICS thing, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South America, potentially Saudi Arabia, Turkey. There's another, Iran's the other country getting in. They want to start trading petroleum oil, that's really the thing that secures our dollar now that we're not on the gold standard. They want to start trading oil with one another on their own form of currency. That part can be scary. And it's okay to be prepared. It's okay to talk about it and to know about it. Knowing that your elected officials are in Nashville and could potentially pass a bill that would increase taxes on new developments and potentially new commercial buildings that are being built everywhere. Why would they do that? Well, let's think about it. Ford is making the largest investment they've ever made as a company. $5 billion. 30 minutes down the road from us. In a little bitty town of nothing. No offense to Stanton, but you're not known for your skyscrapers.
No.
Okay? You're not known for your white tablecloth dinners. You're not known for those things. But you're about to be. Because a $5 billion investment made by one of the largest manufacturing companies in the entire world is being made 30 minutes down the road from us. Do you think that there's going to be new commercial buildings built? Do you think that there's going to be new housing built? Do you think that there are all these things that are about to happen? Do you think there's any reason that now this law could be potentially passed? And we were looking at a nonsense bill. I don't care what you think about it, but at this point it's passed. But it was something shiny. And just like the magician, he shows you one thing while he sets up the next trick. We watched this play out.
Yeah.
I was guilty of it. We talked about it on here, how silly it was.
Mm-hmm.
The only person I'm mad at is myself for being dumb enough and not digging enough to find out, because I knew something else had to be going on. This was not a sexy enough topic to really get these people all in arms and tie them up for 2 or 3 weeks. It wasn't really that sexy of a topic. They knew what they were doing. They're getting ready for this. This is going to pass unless you call your elected officials, unless you email them and say, no, this development tax in Tennessee, I am against it.
Yep.
Unless you tell them things like that. All this growth.
The development tax is there, so we're never going to get rid of that. And I mean, we'd have to completely, but changing that amendment to where you don't have 20% growth straight for 5 years, that's the problem. Because now you're just saying, well, you can just do it.
You can do it. And what government, county, city, what government's not going to enact that? Of course they are.
Of course they are.
Of course they are. They shouldn't, but they will.
Yeah.
We'll do it here in Madison County.
Well, they're going to need something like Pope or a roundabout where they don't have the funding for it completely squared away, and then boom, there you go. There's where you're getting it.
We pay them plenty. We pay them plenty.
What's this about?
This is breaking news just coming in.
Oh, my gosh.
41 minutes ago. We definitely need to get to this. This is according to WBBJ TV. It says officials respond to potential threat at Jackson School. Some parents were left concerned after they received an email from Rose Hill Middle School. Spot that for me. Where is that? Do you know exactly?
That's out off of like Beach Bluff area, like
Gotcha.
Red Heart Road's off of it. That's the only way I can think of it.
Okay.
But you turn right there at that 4-way stop where there's a gas station, the Dollar General. You take a left away from Eastchester, and it's just down the way a little bit on the left.
So some parents were left concerned after they received an email from Rose Hill Middle School concerning an increase in safety at the school Thursday. This increase came after a threat was made that concerned administration. It's just a reminder that we take all of these incidents, whether it's a potential threat or not, we take them all seriously, said Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information at Jackson-Madison County Schools. Jackson-Madison County School System officials did confirm with us that the threat came in the form of an image from social media. The social media post was not made during the school hours. Hammond said that Rose Hill Middle School already has a school resource officer on duty at all times, but after the threat Thursday, they collaborated with the Madison County Sheriff's Office to obtain 4 more officers to add an extra layer of security. Hammond says the communications and transparency with parents about what happened at school is what makes the JMCSS system safe.
I'm so proud of them for doing this.
And that circle of communication is vitally important. The school system says they felt it was important to notify parents the night before, so they did not arrive at school to drop their children off and become alarmed. This threat will continue to be investigated.
Kudos to the sheriff's department, to everybody, the school board, doing that's great. They were proactive.
They were. And I want to say, this is why we need, and this doesn't solve every problem, but it makes things harder. And I have no idea what the threat was.
Watch out, because
I have no idea what the threat was.
The critics are on today.
Yeah. This is why we need metal detectors at every single school.
Mm-hmm.
That affects our children. All of the children of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Not your kids, who you're not taking to a drag show. You're not. Come on. You're not. I'm not. You're not. We're not taking them to a drag show. You need metal detectors in every single school. Every single school in the state of Tennessee. And you need to let private schools buy them at the same bulk rate discount, because you know what? Even kids of private schools
deserve to be safe.
Well, and their parents pay state taxes.
Yep.
They pay sales taxes. They pay tax, right? They still pay their taxes. So you need, that is legislation that if you really cared about protecting children, that would be up there. You would eventually get to the drag show, but you would go through a whole lot of digging before you got there. That would actually be common sense legislation. You wouldn't hold something shiny up and amend a bill to tax every single Tennessean, potentially more. You wouldn't do that. That's not what you would do.
No.
731-265-6496. It's our CWA phone number, 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text number, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398.
Teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck, but I knew I was out of luck the day the music.
News News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Marlboro man ain't cool no more. Can't smoke in bars like you could before. Gotta go around back where the drifters go if I wanna put a memory up in smoke. I drove that GTO too fast, put it in a ditch that it chewed my ass. Worked all summer just to pay for the parts. Spent my last dime, no, wasn't real smart. But it made me feel free. It made me feel alive. Like every day on earth was a roller coaster
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Just a few minutes left. That's Matt Roy's Marlboro Man. Somebody asked us to play that again. We don't mind doing that for you a bit. Some news. Gibson County just defeated. Gibson County girls just defeated Riverside to advance on to the semifinals. I think they're in the semifinals. I have one more game before the finals, I believe is correct. If you have sent us a text message, I accidentally logged us out and it is not letting me log back in. I apologize. We'll get that fixed before the Dan Reeves Show coming up at 4 o'clock. Southside plays today. Southside beat Upperman 2 days ago. They play today in the semifinals for a chance to play for a state tournament on Saturday. And I talked to Dan. Dan feels like they're going to be able to win today.
They're going to pull it off.
They're going to pull it off. He feels very confident in that. Southside 32-33-0. I mean, they're beating everybody to death.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Heck of a team.
Go Hawks.
Brett McNeil, heck of a coach. They handled their business. They avenged their loss in the state championship game last year. They avenged it. This year, they're looking to go all the way. They beat Upperman yesterday. 2 days ago, beat Upperman. They play today, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. We'll have that game coverage starting at 5:30. Yeah. So this says, Gibson County did beat Riverside. They're going into the Class 2A semifinals. A lot of stuff we got into today. We covered a whole bunch of topics. Tomorrow is Friday. Woo-hoo. Usually a lighter show on Friday, which I'm excited about. I enjoy that. Bob Ney is with us, our good friend Bob.
Love Bob.
I love Bob too. Bob's so much fun. And Bob's a fun follow on Facebook. If you're out there and you enjoy listening to Bob Ney, it's BOBNEY. If you want to send him a friend request, he's got. Did you see that picture of all those people and when he was in India that time?
Yeah.
Celebrating, was it Dali or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. I like Bob.
I do too.
Bob's a fun guy.
You know he sent flowers to my grandmother's funeral?
I do not. I did not know that, but I'm not surprised.
Is that not amazing?
I'm not surprised even a little bit.
I was shocked.
He is one of the best guys out there.
He really is.
And such a good interview. He tells you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing it. He's been doing it for a long time. So we got Bob Ney tomorrow. We appreciate you out there listening. We know you got choices to listen to. We appreciate you listening to us.
Yes.
Dave Ramsey, 1 to 4. Dan Reeves Show, 4 to 6. Southside plays at 6. We'll be covering it live from Murfreesboro. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Wonder this time where she's gone.